Gonna rain, so I was like, let's just stay home and like play board games and stuff like that.
We live? Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, I will now call to order the regular scheduled Apex Town Council meeting for May 13th, 2025. And appreciate all of you being here. We got quite a bit to take care of on the agenda. Before we move on, in lieu of the invocation, because we do reflection, we do prayer, we talk about great things in the community. So we have a great thing today. It's a birthday for our IT mastermind. Is he in here? He's hiding. Yunjin, you got to come inside here. Yunjin. So Mayor Pro Tem, Yunjin, come in.
Come on in.
Yunjin. Yes.
What's going on?
Yeah. Come up.
Does this tune's working this way?
Mayor Pro Tem, I understand you have an amazing voice.
I have an amazing voice, but I don't use it when I sing. So, unfortunately, because you do such a great job for us, we're going to sing happy birthday to you, and I'm going to lead off and hopefully slip quietly into the background so that no one can hear me. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Yunjin. Happy birthday to you. Yeah!
All right, thanks for all you do. All right. Are there any other birthdays in the house?
Statistically, they have.
Should have asked that first, probably.
They heard me sing, and they're like, no.
Hearing none, if you would please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. We'll now move to our consent agenda. Consent agenda is right before my colleagues here. There's an update to consent 1, public hearing date moved from May 27th till June 24, 2025, which was a developer requested item. No other changes noted. With that in mind, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with that change?
Motion to approve with the change.
Mayor Pro Tem, motion.
Second.
Second, Killingsworth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll move now to the update. Manager Bossberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'll just have a couple things for you, and then we'll have a presentation on the utility billing item, but that'll come under presentations. So I do want to mention that this is Police Week, which is May 11th through the 17th. There's a proclamation coming, so I won't say a whole lot about that. Next item is the Memorial Day closures for Town Hall. That'll be May 26th, so we will have some closures. If you have more questions on that, you can look at our website to see where garbage collection is and things like that. Next is I wanted to say welcome to some of our Peak Academy members that are in the audience. So thank you for being here. And the last item I have is related to utility billing, my favorite topic. So we had an issue pop up. I can say, I don't know if it's luckily it's a regional issue on this. We know that Raleigh, Cary, Durham, and a couple other jurisdictions are faced with the same issue. The company that does our printing and mailing for our utility bills, they closed their doors on Friday. They have been purchased by another company, so we're working hopefully with them, but we've got other vendors that we are potentially going to pivot to. So utility bills will be online through the portal. So if you're registered on eSuites, bills will be posted, are posted. But when it comes to actually receiving the paper bill, we have to work through that issue, as do several other jurisdictions at the same time. So we wanted to start getting the word out on that, to please check the portal, register in eSuites. If you're not registered, that'll be the fastest way to get access to your bill. But ultimately, if you have an issue and you wait for the paper bill to come, you can contact us and we can work with you on that to get your bill quicker because we don't know yet a time frame on that, but we'll continue to update you as we know more. That's all that I have.
Thanks for those updates. Any questions from Mr. Vosberg? Follow-up? All right, thank you. All right, move now to setting of the regular meeting agenda. There is an addition, presentation number 7 from Apex Chamber of Commerce, and then also an added closed session item. Any other recommended changes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the?
Motion to approve?
All right.
Second.
Gantz, second. Zigerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We move now to presentations. The first presentation is Apex Public School Foundation Quarterly Peak Star Awards, third quarter. Leading that would be Councilmember Terry Mahaffey.
Great, thank you, Mayor. This is my favorite time of the quarter. We take a moment and we honor a Apex Public School staff member, teacher, or administrator for the great work that they do inside of Apex with our students and educating them. So, in order to accomplish this, we've partnered with the Apex Public School Foundation, who helps administer the award. And tonight we have Diane from the Apex Public School Foundation to tell us a little bit more about the foundation and to introduce our awardee. So Diane, if you want to come up, the floor is yours. You got it.
Okay, sorry, I haven't done this before.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. Diane Talley with Apex Public School Foundation. I am the chair of the Teacher Grant Committee. And I assume you all are familiar, but for those in the audience who may not be familiar with the foundation, we support our 19 local area schools that have an Apex mailing address. And that includes 3 high schools, 5 middle schools, and 11 elementary schools. We have 2 primary programs. One is our Teacher Grant Program, which we're very proud of. This is our 5th year of giving out grants, and this year we gave out 14 grants totaling nearly $27,000, which is more than twice what we've done in the past, and that's thanks to the generous donations of our local Apex businesses and our community members who donated so generously this year to support our public schools. And so our second program is a school staff recognition program, and so each week on Tuesdays we send a shout out based on recommendations from local principals who have nominated their wonderful teachers to receive on social media just a congratulations and a thank you for doing so much for our community and our wonderful students. And then once a quarter, we look through those as an Apex Public School Foundation board, and we evaluate them against our mission, which is to increase student engagement, to include have inclusive programs, and to increase. Sorry, I've just drawn a total blank on the third bullet there. Anyway, point is increase learning and engagement in our schools. And so this quarter we have nominated Mrs. Chase from Scotts Ridge Elementary School. And I'm going to read a little wonderful blurb that her principal wrote about her. About Stephanie Chase. As a 3rd grade teacher and team leader, Stephanie Chase goes above and beyond to create an inclusive, supportive, and engaging learning environment where every student feels valued and inspired to succeed. Mrs. Chase treats each of her students as if they were her own, making every child feel like they are cared for. Her warmth, humor, and ability to connect with the students fosters a love of learning, while her commitment to high-quality instruction ensures academic excellence. She doesn't just teach, she inspires, creating engaging lessons that bring learning to life. Beyond her classroom, Mrs. Chase's leadership strengthens the entire 3rd grade team. She is known for her tireless work ethic and dedication, ensuring that her colleagues have the resources and support they need to thrive. Whether organizing lessons, materials, or providing patient guidance, she makes her team stronger and more effective. As one colleague shared, "Steph makes me want to work harder at being a better teacher and teammate." Ms. Chase's impact extends far beyond her own students. She cultivates a culture of collaboration, creativity, and excellence that benefits the entire school community. Her leadership, passion, and dedication make her an outstanding candidate for this honor. And we can see that with how many teachers came out to support her and her principal. So APSF is really excited to be here to help
All right, thank you.
recognize her accomplishments.
Ms. Chase, you want to come up? I have something for you. Thank you.
I wanted to say I love my job, I love my team, and I love the kids.
Congratulations, Ms. Chase. All right. All right, we're moving on now. Thank you, Councilmember Haffey, for that. Presentation number 2, prestigious peak service recognition. And I would like to call up our fire chief, Tim Herman, for the presentation.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this presentation. I often get asked a lot of times, what is my favorite part about being the fire chief? And that's a real tough question to answer, but the answer is what we're about to do right now. We're going to celebrate a success. And typically the success involves our staff most days, but tonight is the success of some civilians that stepped into action, and they're here tonight. And so I got something I want to read about what happened and why we're here, and then we'll call them up. So on March 30th, 2025, Mr. Alex Spory, who is joined with us here tonight, suffered a cardiac arrest at Pleasant Park. This medical emergency event had a very positive outcome, hence Alex is with us in this room. But this was based on many factors that took place that day, and I want to go through those factors. Number one, 911 was called immediately, which got the appropriate emergency service personnel on the way. Number two, and most importantly, bystander CPR was initiated immediately. Bystander CPR significantly increases the odds of survival after a cardiac arrest, with some studies showing a doubling or even tripling survival rate. So please learn CPR if you do not know it. Number three, an automatic defibrillator, an AED, was retrieved by a town employee, and 2 shocks were delivered to Alex before EMS and fire crews could arrive. Bystander use of an AED significantly improves the odds of survival for cardiac arrest victims compared to waiting for first responders to arrive to deliver that first shock. We are thankful that town facilities have AEDs, and I encourage you to know where they are located, and they are very easy to use. When Engine 35 arrived, and we've got Captain Miles with us, I'm going to call him up in a moment. When him and his crew arrived on scene to Pleasant Park and made patient contact, Alex had a full return of spontaneous circulation, which is a heartbeat and breathing, and that was a direct result of the bystander CPR and early defibrillation. The Apex Fire Department has a civilian award that is given to an individual or group in recognition for their efforts in saving a life, preventing serious injury, or minimizing property loss. So at this time, I'd like to call Assistant Chief David Daig up to help me, and also Captain Howard Miles, again, who's the captain of Engine 35 who responded to this call. If you'll step up here. So as I call your name, please come forward and we'll stand back here, if that's all right. So the town employee is Miguel Arguello. Zachary Brown. Rachel Clark. Michael Parker. And Alyssa Williams. There's another award too, just stand by, we'll get to that. I'm gonna read one more thing, but once everybody gets up here. So on behalf of the fire department, we are so grateful for your selfless actions, your heroic efforts on March the 30th, 2025. We are honored to give you this award. It's a small token of our appreciation but your biggest and most important one's sitting behind me. And so. So I also handed out a challenge coin, and this is a special coin. It's the Chief's Challenge coin, and it's not given out lightly. So I present this to each of y'all for this. Now at this time, the mayor's also got an award that, so maybe shift this way a little bit. Sorry. Yeah.
All right, Chief, thank you so much for that presentation. And wow, I'm getting a little emotional too, because I care for this community, and what was taken care of that day is truly what Apex represents. When there's an issue, people jump into action and save lives. So what I want to award each of you on behalf of the town council and the entire town of Apex is a prestigious Peak Service Award. And I want to read that award now. I proudly recognize all of you. This award is presented to, in this case, Mr. Zachary Brown, for his actions that saved a human life on Sunday, March 30th, 2025 at Pleasant Park. You came to the aid of others with heroic life-saving actions, and your impact will never be forgotten. Your unique ability to respond swiftly under extreme pressure and the courage you displayed are an inspiration to us all and has earned you the deepest gratitude and respect of our community. We continue to be the peak of good living because of residents like you. Signed on this 13th day of May, 2025 by yours truly. So if I could have council members to join me over here to help present the awards, please. And Mr. Zachary Brown. Yeah. First one to you, sir. There you go. All right, picture time. I think we gotta get behind because we have some.
Save some time later.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on now to the other presentations. We have Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month 2025. And kicking us off with the reading of the proclamation will be Councilmember Mahaffey.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month 2025 from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas the month of May offers a meaningful opportunity to celebrate the diverse cultures, histories, and contributions of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, AANHPI, communities across the nation, and
whereas individuals of AANHPI descent represent a wide range of identities and experiences rooted in an Asian continent and the Pacific Islands, bringing with them rich cultural traditions, languages, and values, and
whereas AANHPI communities have played a vital role in shaping our nation's story, contributing to advancements in education, science, business, healthcare, public service, and the arts, often in the face of historical and ongoing challenges. And
whereas the town of Apex recognizes and celebrates the AANHPI residents who contribute every day to the strength and growth of our community, adding to its character through civic engagement, cultural heritage, and leadership. And
whereas the town of Apex is proud to present a special learning lunch on May 21st in celebration of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which will highlight the significant contributions of these communities throughout history, explore cultural traditions, and more.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the town of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Month 2025 in the town of Apex, and extend my appreciation to these communities for all of their wonderful contributions to the town of Apex. And I would like to call up members of the Food Lounge NCRTP, Lily Liu, Director, Raina Zhao, VP of Fundraising, and Joshua Lee, Secretary. Please come up and receive the proclamation.
So we are the Food Lounge NCRTP. We are a nonprofit organization originally founded in Texas, but this is the RTP chapter. We work to raise money towards low-income families. Some recent accomplishments, we've recently donated over $4,000 to local school districts. And so, yeah, we're super grateful for that, for this opportunity, and we look forward to doing this more.
Hi, so I'm Joshua Lee, and on behalf of the Food Lounge RTP, we're ecstatic to be here tonight and talking and being with all of y'all today.
Yeah, we're very honored to be here. So our group adopted Greenway and did a lot of fabulous, I think it's fabulous work to the town of Apex and the community. And we launched supported those a lot of nonprofit organization through volunteer work. I mean, that's a local nonprofit. It's like a Rain of Sunshine, which supported the writing card, supported both the hospital locally for transplant patient. So we have the website. I hope you we continue to work with Apex more. Thank you. Right, thank you. And yeah, and by the way, Rena and I will presenting next Wednesday. Lunch and Learn. Learning lunch program. Yes, and we provide. Yeah, if you haven't, please sign up and come to join us in 63 next building.
All right, all right. Thank y'all so much. All right, wonderful, wonderful. We move now to Proclamation National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day 2025. And Kicking us off on the proclamation reading will be Councilwoman Killingsworth.
National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day 2025. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy designated May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which it falls as National Police Week. And
whereas the town of Apex is incredibly served by its dedicated force of officers whose professionalism, selflessness, and bravery ensure the safety and security of our town. And
whereas our police officers do so many things to support the community, such as responding to emergencies, patrolling our streets, serving as school resource officers, participating in education and outreach events, and much, much more. And
whereas police officers risk their health, safety, and lives through their service, and Peace Officers Memorial Day pays tribute to the officers who have paid the ultimate sacrifice and died in the line of duty. And
whereas the town of Apex extends our gratitude to our entire police force and our respects to the heroes that have fallen in the performance of their duties and their families.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 11th through May 17th, 2025, National Police Week, and further proclaim May 15th, 2025, Peace Officers Memorial Day in the town of Apex, and invite residents to join me in extending appreciation for our police officers and the sacrifices they make each and every day. Signed by yours truly. And I would like to call up all members of Apex Police Department who are here to receive the proclamation. Thank you.
Hey, you came on. Yeah, I thought you were going to hide here.
Can we get two more of you guys over here, just to balance it out a little bit more?
Yeah, I want to go to the other side.
yeah.
Scoot in as much as possible.
All right, we have one more proclamation. It is the 56th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Of course, Mr. Alan Coleman, he wouldn't have recognized himself and his team, so I want to thank Manager Vosberg and Sandy for taking care of this. So we'll go ahead with the proclamation. I'll pass out the readings. Councilwoman Killingsworth, there you go. Happy. Biggerman. All right, you up first, Councilwoman.
This is the proclamation for the 56th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and essential part of local government serving communities throughout the world, and
whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest public service positions, integral to the foundation and continuity of local governance, and
whereas professional municipal clerks provide a vital link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and various agencies at all levels of government. And
Whereas professional municipal clerks have committed to upholding principles of neutrality, impartiality, and equal service to all members of the community, and
Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk serves as an information hub for local government operations and community affairs, and
whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to enhance the administration of their office by actively participating in educational programs, professional development opportunities, and the annual conferences of their state, provincial, county, and international associations, and
Whereas it is most fitting to recognize and celebrate the significant contributions and accomplishments of professional municipal clerks, and
Now therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby recognize the week of May 4th through May 10th, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week and extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Alan Coleman, Deputy Town Clerk Ashley Gentry, and to all professional municipal clerks for their invaluable services and steadfast dedication to the communities they serve. So, if you would come up, Ms. Gentry, Mr. Coleman. Thank you for that.
Oh, you too. You want me to stand in there?
upside down, are they?
All right, that was the final presentation. We're good.
Which one y'all did this?
Picture there. Didn't I? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I guess I'm out.
Musical chairs.
Standing meeting.
Yeah. Okay, we have now the presentation 5, utility billing third-party review update. Manager Vosberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't need to spend a whole lot of time on the history. I think we're all well versed in that, but I will just mention a couple things and then invite our presenters up. As we all know, the town went through a cyber event that had an impact on our utility billing. As a result, we have gone through a number of steps to remediate things, but part of the process was to employ a third-party reviewer to take a look at the utility bills that happened during kind of the focus just after the cyber attack. So they have been working with our staff for a number of months now, and we were able to work it out so that they could be here in person. So I thank them for that, but I would like to invite the representatives. I'll let them introduce themselves when they come up. But from Barry Dunn, who is our third-party reviewer, I'd like to invite them up. They have a brief presentation, and then we can have some questions after that. So if you guys would join us, please.
Thank you for that. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Seth Hedstrom. I'm joined by Cherie Ladner. For those who aren't familiar, our firm, Barry Dunn, we're a national consulting and certified public accounting firm. We have about 1,000 employees working across the country, and we do have a dedicated local government practice group in which Cherie and I spend most of our time. We do a lot of different things, including projects like this, and projects a little less typical than this. Some of our recent and current clients, close to you all, Wake County, of course, City of Wilmington, and a little further from home, we are recently worked with Amarillo, Texas on a similar project, and tomorrow we're off to Cleveland, Ohio, so we work with some larger municipalities as well. What we have planned for this evening as far as the briefing goes is we'll inform you what we've been up to as far as our current status. After that, we have some preliminary findings of what we've found so far, and then what we think you're interested in as far as what we're seeing for paths from here tonight. We present this all as information, so we're here also to answer what questions you have and then help as best we can for paths forward. In terms of a recap and the objective of our study, the engagement was to look at the current processes today. Certainly our team had a lot to learn to become ingrained with the town staff's team. We wanted to understand the steps taken to recover from the incident, as well as the tools and technology used to support the processes. In addition to that, our focus was learning so that we could do a simulated test. The goal was to recreate how bills otherwise would have been produced had the incident not have occurred. That was really the focus of our work. As we did the simulation, the goal, of course, was to compare reality versus the simulation and look for those discrepancies. Our work consisted of 3 phases. So we did the discovery work, kicked off in January, as you likely recall. And then we had the focus on the simulation, and then that will lead to an output of summary findings, where we'll make recommendations that we believe will allow the town to move forward and move past the security incident and the challenges that have been facing staff and residents since then. In terms of the summary, we have completed the discovery and the simulation, so that is complete and that's behind us. We are now going through the output files of the simulation. So I want to kind of emphasize that point that the simulation was a lot of work to then start the analysis. So that's important for us to convey. But we are in that phase now. And with the analysis having started, we started with 100 accounts being looked at, 50 in cycle 1, 50 in cycle 2. Of course, there are 4 total cycles, one of which is just town accounts. So we decided to start with cycle 1 and cycle 2. And with that first review of 100 accounts, we'll share with you what we've seen for preliminary key findings.
So for the preliminary findings from the simulation testing that we did in totality, the testing indicates that the customers did not overpay. For cycle 1, the initial review shows a total underbillings of $255,000 at 2.4%. And for the cycle 2 billings, it's approximately total underbilling for $45,000 at 0.4%. Of the 100 accounts, there was 1 account that was indicated that there was a credit due of $19.05. That was on a 145,000 gallon account. And so it appears that the source for most of the inquiries for the bills that was due to timing, some credits, and base charges that were managed in an attempt to provide relief to the customers. So due to the way that we are reviewing, due to the data that is available in the current system, the analysis and the time that it's taking, there's a lot of labor that's been involved, intensive labor that's been involved with the data and the extracts and things that we've been working through.
So with these key points, 100 accounts so far, that first set, and I think the top point really being the big headline in totality, seeing that we saw under collection overall, and as you saw the detail of how that broke down to the 2 cycles, and then as we look to that last point, significant amount of time to go through that data, so we do want to call attention to that last point and why that was on the list here. So here we are tonight as a midpoint early on, certainly in the review, but we thought it was important for you all to be informed of what we're seeing so far. So 1 out of the 100 that we looked at had an overcharge of $19 with a very high consumption. The other 99 customers actually underpaid to the town, is what we saw. So with that, certainly a few options on the table. I thought it was appropriate to check in and see how we want to proceed from here. The first option, obvious choice, is we can certainly proceed. By all means, can proceed and do the full account-by-account review. We could estimate the time to do that, but wouldn't want to underestimate the labor involved in doing that. Barry Dunn labor, but town staff labor as well, and the time associated with that. So that's very much option 1 on the table. The other option would be, depending on your statistical view, if 1 out of 100 was an error, do we want to proceed down that path or not? Recognize the labor associated with the analysis. That would be the other end of the spectrum. Is say we've looked at it, there's an under collection scenario, and and do we want to proceed, or do we want to recognize that under collection and otherwise refocus that time and energy? So that would be the second path on the table. The third option, if we're trying to split the difference there, is we have had experiences and are aware of situations, this happens often, where we could initiate some sort of campaign among your residents for those who are interested to opt in to an account review if they choose, but otherwise not do it for every account. That's something that would certainly have a lot more consideration and decision around, but it's some way to kind of balance the two. So it would conserve some of the effort of not going through every account when we may not expect to see overcharging, but for certainly folks who've been waiting for a long time to understand the review, it would give them that closure if they so desired to have that analysis completed. And the last option is certainly we are suspecting that we'll be able to draw some trends around which accounts may be more likely to have errors, and so we could do some isolation on those accounts. But at what point are you then going to be just drawing down more and more and get yourself closer to a full review? But that would be option D on the table. With those options, there's certainly variations of those. We tried to keep it to a succinct list there. And we did want to emphasize the additional considerations below. So with those three on the bottom of the slide here, whether we proceed with A, C, or D, it would be important that leadership weighs in on how we will handle a customer that has underpaid the town as far as collections for that. That would be a policy decision that we would need to make. At this point, we are seeing that several customers, if not the majority, underpaid rather. So that would be a policy decision, leadership decision. And also minimum thresholds. Certainly we want to understand, is it a penny or is it $1, and how we would handle that. So that'd be something that we'd have to wrestle with if we did anything but B on this scenario list. The town has also paused all collection effort since the incident. And there's a significant AR balance. There's arguably best practices on this, and we're probably 10 times above what we'd like to see. And so that's something that it's getting worse by the day, and so we do need to think about how we move past that as far as a go-forward scenario. But the accounts receivable and how far we can actually collect on that is an important consideration as far as how we move forward. And then the third point, relative to the manager's updates, is we do have a new system implementation looming. And so with these paths, they all are dependent upon town staff, and those same folks are contributing time to the new system implementation. And I know we all want that new implementation to go well, so we certainly don't want to jeopardize that with any path we take. So we present these certainly from a point of being as objective as we can be, but want to make sure that we're also giving you the best input as you consider paths forward.
Sorry. Can I ask you just to clarify one thing, because I want to make sure that everybody receives this the way it's intended. The analysis, or the whole system was analyzed. That's where the overall charge number comes from. An in-depth account by account was done on 100, but you've analyzed the entire system. We've just now generated on 100 counts, right?
That's correct. Thank you for that clarification. So we did a complete simulation. In summary, the town under collected. The detailed review has been done at 100 accounts. That's correct.
And just to further clarify, the numbers that you just mentioned, the 255 and 245, is on the whole system, correct? Not the subset of 100 accounts.
Correct. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I have a couple of questions, but I just want to say thank you so much for coming in person. I know you had to move some things around, so thanks for being here. So just looking at the contract that we had, I think the scheduled date or time completion was like February 28th, and we're in May. What took so long?
I would say there's probably 3, 4, 5 factors. One of the large ones was dependency on town staff and their competing priorities to be able to work with us and commit time. We had some leaders turnover. We had some weather delays. Town office closed when we were here to do some field work. That certainly contributed. And in a few other cases, I think you get into some of the analysis and peel back one layer of the onion, the next layer reveals 3 more.
Just wanted the community to hear that, because there's been a lot of questions about it. So my next question is, when you analyze this data, what is the time period? I mean, is it you looking at 2 months, 3 months, or are you looking at it from what date range?
Yes, so we did look at it for cycle 2, a 2-month period. For cycle 3 was a 3-month period, but we also looked back to May. We also looked into October. We also looked into last year's averages as well. So It wasn't just the period before and after the incident.
And the reason I asked that question because I receive obviously a lot of calls and emails and knocks on my office doors. I mean, it is the talk of the town, you know that. So one of the things that I continue to hear, and it is nobody's fault. I just want people to understand that. I mean, this is a very unique situation. We didn't ask for this, but we got to deal with it. So we're all in this together. But the questions from the community is, you know, I have several examples of people who said, you know, they were told they had leaks, you know, and the leaks just fixed itself. They didn't do anything. So the bills are never back right. So it's things like that that I think we need to dig deeper into. Some other things included, you know, the date range of billing and things like that, which we already know why that happened. So I think a deeper analysis is really necessary because there's still people all the way up to February of 25 that were still having some unusual bills. So I was just trying to figure out why the 2 months versus to a further date.
Yeah.
Just some thoughts.
Yeah. Well, I think, again, the focus was on that simulation period. That's why we honed it in on that shorter date range. Yeah, when, as Sheree says, we spot checked further upstream and further downstream, it didn't reveal reasons to dig further beyond that tight range, yeah.
And another thing too, you spoke with staff. Those discussions were they with all the staff or people who do collections as well to see if they notice any unusual bills as well?
They're pretty good.
All the staff.
Yeah, I would say all. I mean, I don't think there's anybody that we didn't engage with.
So was that question asked to them? Just curious.
Yes, I mean, they did point out those kinds of issues that they received calls regarding those same types of questions.
Yeah, let me rephrase my question. So my question is, based on their experience of being here and based on past billing, did they notice anything that was unusual? Was that question asked to them?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we did a thorough review. When we did a current review with the teams, we scheduled them out in different departments and we asked all those questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
I just have a question. I'm gonna clarify. I'm just gonna kind of boil it down because I want to make sure that this is as clear as we can possibly make it. But in the course of the analysis, the simulation that you guys did basically was not only taking a look at what took place with regard to our billing as a result of our cyber incident, but essentially kind of a comparison to what would be a normal everyday had we not had this occur sort of environment.
Right.
And you guys did a deep dive into 100 of these things just to pull as a sample, just to kind of get a sense of how to do the analysis. And that, my understanding of that is that's well within the statistical norms and, you know, the processes that, you know, you guys do in terms of this sort of analysis. So you went into 100, and of the 100, you had one that was an overcharge, but the rest were all undercharges. The one that was an overcharge, you said that was a substantial amount of usage. So that was a commercial?
Actually, it was a residential.
Residential, okay. So with regard to that one being the anomaly, is that inconsistent, or would that be consistent if we didn't have the cyber event? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, are there going to be instances where there may be overbilling due to this sort of use, even when we don't have the cyber incident?
No, because in that scenario, when we did the simulation test, it should have had a different amount than they actually received. The actual amount should have been $19 less. Yep.
And then we're looking at that 255,000 essentially is what we have failed to collect.
In that cycle.
In that cycle, okay. And I'm assuming that if you do further analysis, would there be evidence of additional cycles where we may have undercollected as well?
So you have 4 cycles. One is just town accounts, the other stormwater only. Of the 2 that remain, one is 255, the other is 47. So that's really the material ones.
Okay, so those are the material ones. Okay, all right. So roughly $300,000 in terms of under collection that we have out there. And I don't know whether or not the analysis would, or the simulations would account for this, but, and the reason why I asked this question, in my mind, if we've got $300,000 in under collections that are out there. I think the question that will be before us is, do we recoup that or do we write that off? And that's a big number to write off. And I do think that part of the analysis that we've got to make is, as we look into those who, that we didn't charge enough or we undercharged, the real question is going to be what sort of situation are we putting them into if we start to essentially go back and get that money? And I'm assuming that there are accounts that have not been paid simply because people are saying, well, I don't trust the billing, so I'm not going to pay. So I don't know whether or not you guys have accounted for that within the simulation and analysis as well.
The data wouldn't show folks who are voluntarily doing that. Right. The data only shows the town as policy turned off the late charges. So as a result, those haven't been accruing. That balance would be larger had this not occurred.
And the reason why I asked that question is I think that would ultimately be a question that we'd have to ask ourselves as to, in my mind, I feel like if there's someone who said, I didn't want to pay because I didn't trust the billing cycle, and then that it leads to the question that you guys have presented to us, which is, do we want to have that individual account essentially kind of let each person say, listen, I didn't believe it, explain to me how. Going through that level of analysis, I know that's more expensive for us, but that might be a necessary expense. As we start to break down this analysis a little bit more, it seems as though we're going to get to a point where we have folks who paid paid the amount regardless, and then we have folks who didn't pay for reasons, and we've got to figure out whether or not we're going to make those collections on those folks, knowing that there were a lot of folks in the town who paid their bills.
Town manager.
So we have, to your point, we have started to analyze that internally, separate from what Barry Dunn has done. Their focus was a little different. We do, absent this event, you would still have a number of customers that would have unpaid balances. So we did, as of now, and this would be anybody with $10 or more, we have 6,635 customers with balances of $10 or more that are older than 120 days. Then when you look into breaking that down, because in theory, you would be higher balances for those that maybe had stopped paying at the time of the event and we're kind of holding on for the results of this. We have 790 customers with a balance over $1,000. So it is a growing balance, and so there is a timeliness to hopefully getting back on track and pursuing and looking at payment options for those individuals. But eventually we do need to revisit getting people current on their bills, and that is a big issue for us, or can become a big issue if we don't get back into that.
Yeah, because it sounds to me like the approach would be best to say, let's engage in a communication with those folks, explain to them the nature, the rationale, the analysis, and then rather than just saying, okay, you owe us all of this, I do think that it would be to our advantage to try to work out something, figure this out. I think that would probably put us in a better position overall. But I think it's, I mean, this is the competing balance that we as council knew we were going to have to deal with eventually. The issue of, if we have underpayments, what do we do? And then if we have overpayments, what do we do?
I think we ought to get some information from our town attorney.
Yeah.
So.
So is it, okay, can I ask a question? So is it fair to say that we are back on track, right? So you said back on track. So our billing cycles have normalized in the fall, with the exception of the latest breaking news, right? Yep. So is there still, at minimum, right? Like if we kind of break this down. So I agree. I think we need information from the town attorney as to what our legal obligations are once we know that somebody owes us. But secondly, like there's some other considerations that are listed, including the one around, where we have stopped collections and shutoffs, right? So if we say, okay, we know we are on a regular billing cycle and have been for 6 months or longer, right? Is there still a reason for us to keep that moratorium in place? Or do we say, hey, listen, we go back to business as usual, so we are going to collect on those accounts. We have the means of agreeing to payment plans already. I don't think we need to do anything, separate and specific there, but at least, start that collection process for those people that have significant outstanding balances that are not related to this analysis necessarily.
And just to make sure we're not conflating two different issues here for discussion.
Right, and that's what I was going to clarify. So there's unbilled and there's uncollected, and obviously unbilled is also uncollected, but not all the uncollected is unbilled, if that makes sense.
There's the bill we sent people, and some people said, I don't believe this bill, so I'm not paying it.
Correct.
So let's say $1,000. They got a $1,000 balance. Right. And what this is saying is that $1,000 bill, well, they thought maybe it should have been $900 or whatever. And what this data is showing is maybe it should have been $1,010 or something like that. And the question is, do we have an obligation to send them a bill for an additional $10? That's the unbilled portion. There's a $300K of unbilled. Right. And then there's the uncollected. I'm assuming you gave the numbers of how many accounts. I'm assuming the total, it sounds like it's in the millions.
It is. That's correct. And like I said, there's a normal uncollected amount. And so there's a baseline, but we are significantly over that normal uncollected amount. So issue of the unbilled, which they are, I'll call it unbilled, you probably would call it something different, but the underbilled, unbilled, and then there's the uncollected of the unbilled, and then there's uncollected since the cyber event that we need to address. And I think from a standpoint of a best practice here, it would be to, as Councilmember Gray pointed out, communicate with those individuals and then go through our normal established process of a payment plan, which is customary that we would do that for any larger outstanding balances. So giving an opportunity for those individuals to get on that payment plan, and then at some point in the future, if those payment plans are not reconciled and followed through with, then you would look at collection and or service cutoffs.
I have some questions of the lawyer.
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session, Killingsworth.
Second.
Second, Mahaffey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries and moving to closed session. All right, we're back in session. Thank you for your patience. All right.
So I'm going to recommend that we do option C. I'll make that a motion if we need to. That would initiate an opt-in account review. So basically, people that would want their account reviewed would request that from the town, and then our town manager will know what that's going to look like. With the understanding that, showing what we found so far is that we have underbilled a lot of people. So if you run the risk of needing to pay more if you have your account reviewed. So that would be something to consider.
Can I offer one thing before there's a second? The community at large, we haven't received any feedback from them based on this information. So is there a possibility that we could send this out of what we shared here and then allow them to speak on their experience and then come back in another meeting and make a decision?
I'll second Audra's motion.
Can I ask a question? What do we hope to achieve? Like so community speaks to us for or against. How would that?
We listen to them.
Okay.
And get their feedback, which I think is important for what we do before we make decisions like this. Such an impactful event that hit every community member.
No, only the people that opt in. So I think it's already voluntary in that sense. So if people want to have their account reviewed, they're at liberty to do so. If they don't, then they don't, and things stay as they are.
There could be missing information that we haven't picked up in this meeting. What does it hurt to listen to the community? Let them receive the information. We come back and we make the decision.
Well, we have a motion and a second.
I'm going to second Audra's motion.
Okay.
Okay. Community, you've heard it. Community members need to be listened to. We have a motion and a second.
If we're going to do discussion phase of this, yeah, I think the opt-in, I love opt-in things because if you feel like it's wrong, you have your day in court, or not really court here, but just you'll get your thing analyzed, and we're going to know exactly what happened. If you don't opt in, then you continue on your way.
Stand by your decision. That's good.
So if we're going to be offering narrative like that, then I think we've heard a lot from the community over the last 8 to 9 months. We're offering the community an opt-in process. We're not forcing anything on anybody, right? So the sheer implication that we are not listening to the community, I think, is inaccurate. I do not like that insinuation.
Well, I'm just getting feedback from my community members, and I think I'm out there probably a little bit more than you, but we won't go there. So there's a motion and a second, discussion phase. Any other discussion?
So with regard to the recommendations, because I know that we've been presented with four recommendations to go forward, and I guess what I would like to know from our vendors is what is the timeline in which you would like us to make a decision on that?
Respectfully, we don't really have a preference in that. Option A is what we've been charged to do, and we're happy to go on and do it. We thought it'd be prudent to check in here because we don't want to just keep doing that if it's going to lead us down a path it's not going to be constructive. So this would be the time to take a fork in the road if we were going to take it.
And you got, you guys came in with the expectation of doing the account by account review, but
we're happy to do it, and that's kind of our line of work. So we're happy to do it, but yeah.
Any other discussion? All right, motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
Before we proceed, there was the other discussion about the collections. Do we need to make a decision about that part tonight? The people who have not paid for a long time?
So our maybe. It depends on if there is direction that council would like to give. So the opt-in policy, we're going to go ahead and we'll go through that process, how we make that available. The other, unless council is telling us pause for a longer period of time, we would start to reach out to individuals that have balances and engage them on potential payment plans, which typically can be up to 6 months. So we can start that process unless you would like us to pause that further.
Can I add one more thing, recommendation, since we made this decision? Can we give a weekly update to the community on what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I think if people are going to be opting in, I think we should have it. We should talk about what that means for them and their bill. You know, we just had a meeting. We had some advice. I'm not sure if we can share exactly what it is, but I do feel it's important that people understand what that means, because everyone's just going to opt. Why wouldn't I want to see my full review? If there's reasons why they wouldn't, then I think that should be disclosed, right? Can we do that?
That's exactly what I said earlier.
Yeah. I think Councilman Killingsworth mentioned that, right? So as soon as we know, we have to collect. And so if somebody opts into a full review and is determined to be owing in addition to what's already been paid or invoiced, then that becomes a balance due.
Right. Giving that disclaimer.
Any other discussion?
Randy, just finger up.
Yes.
As we're thinking through this too, if there's any guidance you all would like to provide related to time period to opt in, because I think even as we look to proceed on payment plans, my feeling is we should get through some of that analysis for those that opt in before we engage on a payment plan with them. But I think in order for us to get that accomplished, we need to say 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, whatever that time frame is that we need you to opt in so that we can get that analysis done. But if we have it open-ended, I mean, are we 6 months down the road saying someone can opt in and we do that analysis 6 months from now? So if there's any guidance you'd like to provide, we can certainly go forward and make that decision. But if you'd like to weigh in on that.
How long would it take for staff to stand up this opt-in? You mentioned there's reports that have to be generated and designed. Like you're looking at days, weeks before we're even ready.
I don't want to oversimplify it. We have a process with our cognito forms that I think would be relatively simple. I don't see any nodding heads. No. Stacy told me she was watching the meeting right now. So.
Randy, so collection of who wants to opt in is not not an issue. I mean, that's just generating a list. We have lots of different things where we collect, information from folks about what they want to participate in.
Your mic on?
Yeah.
It's on.
No more than signing up. No different than signing up for anything. The challenge will be in the actual time it takes to do the analysis of it. And so you're pulling that information. The current system's not always the easiest to do it. That's part of what the delays were. And so you're pulling from about 4 different places. So it depends on how many. We can generate a list. If there's 100, it's probably not all that long. If there's 4,000, it takes a little bit longer. So that it's really going to be more about the number of people or the counts that want to have that more formal review. It's just time intensive on those accounts.
But as far as the standing up process of getting a form ready that people can opt in, we can put it on the website, we can put it into the eSuites portal, that if you're registered, you can go in, you could fill out the form. We can get that, I would say, within a week. Within a week, we could have that.
I think that's a tight.
Within a week, we could have that stood up. But then, like Sean said, it's then the process after that. And I think there needs to be a period where we publicize that we have this opt-out process. So I think a week to start getting materials ready to put out, get the forms loaded, put it on social media, put it on the website, hit that piece so that people are aware, and then have a couple week period after that form and after we've noticed the public would be probably a good plan.
It seems likely that there'll be initial spike of people opting in if they're going to, and then it will fade away.
I would think so, but as people become aware of it, that's where you could get some on the tail end.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, my initial sense is that those who want to opt in will probably opt in sooner rather than later. But I do think it's important that we get, I think there's 2 phases of telling people about the opt-in. I think part of the phase of telling people about the opt-in is telling them, listen, we've undercollected. Unless you happen to be sitting here watching this, the information about the undercollection is not going to be moving at the speed of sound. So I think that we've got to figure out how to tell people, listen, there's been an undercollection, and explaining what that means too. Not just saying this is what we have, but explaining what that means. And then that way folks can say, all right, I feel like my bill is still wrong. I'd like an explanation about that. I think I feel if we push that within like a week, that to me seems like a tight turnaround and doesn't really give a lot of folks some notice. And what necessarily is the harm of us allowing folks to opt in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months later?
I mean, they might be in Dallas doing something else, or Toledo is the issue, right?
Cleveland.
Can we not get their money in Cleveland? I've worked collections
No,
before.
I mean our consultants.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah.
I mean, we're not getting their money.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got a lot of things to process. Yeah.
So, and to clarify, the week that I was referring to was to get the form stood up and accessible, and then there would, to your point, would be a period where people could opt in to have it reviewed for, to be clear, underbilled, not under collected, underbilled for this. So to have their bills reviewed for underbilling, but we can have that form so people could start to opt in within a week, and then we can revisit it on the timeline as we see how many are coming in potentially.
You'll get a couple. Two questions. Well, the first is from Barry Dunn here. Are we going to get a more formal report in this PowerPoint from them? Do you have anything else? Are there any other outputs from your analysis that we can look at besides these PowerPoint slides?
Correct. Yeah. So we have a planned full summary report. This is really a midpoint update based on where we are. Yeah.
And the second point is on that form. I think there's two levels of questions people might want to ask. I think if it is made clear, and we should make it clear to people, that if you opt in for the full deep analysis, we rerun your bill and that bill is different, we're going to go with that different bill, that more accurate bill. We're going to get the difference. And for most people, it will go up. For some people, it may go down. I think before we do that, I think there just needs to be maybe a lighter explanation. It even could be a better job of explaining why so many people were underbilled. I think you hinted at it in one of your bullet points. But I think that's what we need to communicate. And I think a lot of people want to opt in, not all of them, maybe not even the majority of them, but some may understand there's an issue about the base charges, and the timing and all that sort of stuff. I think we owe, as part of that form, people should read that before they opt in, the explanation as to why we believe so many people were underbilled when they believe they were overbilled. Like, what is that explanation? Because they're going to hit a button which may say, I owe the town $20 more or $10 more. And before they do that, I want them to be informed as to what happened to the best of our ability.
Yep.
Any other discussion?
As far as time frame goes, I was thinking somewhere between like 30 and 60 days, having that form open for people to be able to opt in.
So is the collection thing linked to that timeline you said, or it's not linked? Because I'm worried about the collection even more than the underbilling.
I mean, yes and no. It's yes, if we're going to go after, if we're going to start collecting from all of those, including those that are opting in or out, then it is tied to it. So if we want to hold until that analysis is done for those that opt in, then that is tied to the collection point.
Okay, I see.
To engaging for payment plans. So if we create the form in a week and it's open for 30 days, then the analysis has to happen as well. And I'm assuming it could be ongoing as we get those. So I wouldn't say it would be all of those after 30 days. But if we allow someone up to that 30th day, there's analysis that has to occur after that. And we wouldn't want to start the collection or the driving people to payment plans until we had that analysis.
Okay. To that point, like I would like to see the verbiage, the way the town tends to explain what I just mentioned before someone opts in. I'd like to review that. I'm also concerned about the format that the in-depth analysis is to people, and that's presented in a way that's understandable and that isn't going to raise further questions. So I'd also like to get a chance to look at what that's going to look like. You're welcome to do my account if you want. I'm pretty sure you owe me some money. I'm the 1%.
Yeah, we all are. Yeah.
But I do think that understanding that this is a midway review at this point in time, that the final report, I echo what Councilmember Mahaffey says, it's got to be digestible. I think that's going to be the key. The key issue here is, if we're saying we are under collecting, we need to explain why and how.
Well, let's back up a little bit. The full option C pauses the full review, so there may not be a full report. There can be maybe an interim report that explains things, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So our two primary deliverables, not as written in our work plan, is originally was intended to be a full simulation and then a report, essentially our findings, so this will never happen again, barring another security incident. So those two pieces. We won't presumably do the full simulation in this case if this proceeds, but we'll still very much do the report of what did we see, what were the root causes, how do we prevent this from happening again. And we'll do that on 100 accounts, 4,000 accounts, whatever that sample size would be.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
You good?
All right, moving on. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Wake Transit Plan update. Mr. Howard, thanks for being here. Katie Swing, y'all presenting.
Yeah, I'll do a quick introduction. Mr. Ben Howell is here from CAMPO, the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, to provide an update about the Wake Transit Plan update. You may recall he gave you an interim update in February of this year, so he's back to provide updates on the draft investment scenario, as well as some further public engagement opportunities for the plan update. And for the sake of brevity, I'll leave it to him.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay.
Good evening. So, as excuse me, as Katie mentioned, this is just a further additional update on the progress we've made since we last talked to y'all in February on the Wake Transit Plan update. So we are at the point now where we've released a draft 10-year investment strategy and are requesting public feedback on that strategy. So this is what this presentation is focused on that. So tonight, briefly, we'll go through the development process we've taken to develop the investment strategy to date, review the draft investment strategy itself, and then provide the next steps that we'll be following over the next couple months or so. So as you may know, but I'm going to review this. So far we've gone through two phases of public engagement, one last spring and one over the winter. The first phase in last spring focused on choices, trade-offs, and priorities. And then the phase that we completed in January focused on really asking three questions. One around how we are approaching rail moving forward. One around potential for developing a BRT system between Raleigh and Triangle Mobility Hub and into Durham. And then third, whether the investment strategy should focus on serving more people or serving more places first. Again, not an either or, but really which should we focus on first. Both phases help provide us insights into preferences and priorities and were used in the development of the investment strategy. Phase one, the survey that we put out that focused on choices and trade-offs, told us that regional connections are important regardless of the mode, and then also told us that rail projects, especially commuter rail, should continue to be prioritized and are still important to the public. Further in phase one, we break that down to transit riders versus non-transit riders. So transit riders told us they want better bus service, more frequency, longer hours. They're less interested in commuter rail, but they also care about regional service. Non-transit riders told us they're more interested in rail, and they are more interested in regional connections and town-to-town connections. So phase two, which again ended in January, we had an online survey with 3 questions that I've mentioned. We had 24 pop-up outreach events with 5 local partner presentations, including to this council. We advertised through social media. We worked with KPASA Media to reach our Hispanic population in the county. We also used the Rider apps and did some push notifications out through those apps. We also held 4 focus group meetings, one with mobility human service providers, one focused on ADA riders, one focused on educational institutions, and then one just focused on transit riders themselves. And then we also had our stakeholder meeting in March that Councilmember Gant attended. So the first question that we focused on in phase 2 was around the regional rail versus commuter rail question. And so what we were trying to do in that phase was educate the public that while commuter rail has been the rail investment that we've planned for since 2017, we've had time to do some studies and have really come to find out that it's going to take a lot longer to implement than we want, and it's going to be a lot more expensive, and it's going to attract less federal investment than we thought. And so what we went out to the public with in phase 2 was really this idea of, instead of focusing on this new commuter rail project, how about we focus our investment on existing rail services and rail infrastructure in the county, including the S line, both the planned service up to Wake Forest and the potential future service through Apex, depending on how DOT does their work. So overall, what we heard was 76% of the folks who responded to the survey agreed that this was a good approach to change the focus to regional rail versus a commuter rail. They understood the funding constraints. They were excited to learn about the S line, and they were supportive of enhancing existing services, but again, concerned about access and reliability. The next thing we asked them about was connecting Raleigh and Durham with bus rapid transit. One of the big purposes, one of the big reasons for initially proposing the commuter rail system in the transit plan was to really connect Raleigh and Durham and Garner and provide that rail connection. We felt that if we were no longer going to be focused on this large commuter rail investment, we needed another premium transit opportunity to really connect that Raleigh to Durham transit shed. And so we've proposed a bus rapid transit to do that. As you can see, 70% agreed that is a good idea. There's a bit of confusion about bus rapid transit, what it is, what it would look like, especially on I-40. So we have some more education that we'll have to do, provide more information as we continue moving forward. And then there were some concerns that bus rapid transit wouldn't solve the problem, that if you put a bus on I-40, it's just going to get stuck with all the cars. But of course, part of the idea behind the project is that we would be doing some investments to ensure that the buses would not get stuck in the same lanes as a car. Finally, we talked about which should we focus on first, serving more people, serving more places. It ended up being very close to 50-50. Transit riders obviously want us to focus on serving more people, adding more frequency, focusing the investment where transit already has high ridership. Non-transit riders, folks out in the surrounding communities of the county, wanted us to focus on serving more places, doing more infrastructure, trying to build up transit where it doesn't exist now. So at the end of the day, the total split was 52-48. And then as we broke it down between transit riders versus non-transit riders, we saw some different splits. So we tried to hew fairly close to the 50-50 split, with some understanding that there's some particulars in our financial model that we use that underpins the plan that leads us at times to sometimes invest in a little bit more infrastructure. So next, talk about what our investment strategy is, or what our draft investment strategy is. So we are expecting to raise approximately $3.3 billion over the next 10 years for transit in Wake County. That does include, that's not necessarily all new funds. Some of that includes funds we already have in place and program, but as you can see on the screen there, a large proportion of that is a half-cent sales tax. We also have some bond proceeds, some debt revenue that we're expecting, as well as some federal funds, state funds, and then the vehicle registration tax fees that we charge, and then there's a portion of it that's rental car tax. So going a little bit more in depth in the revenue, so 90% of the funds are from either sales tax, long-term bond proceeds, or federal funds. The remaining 10% equals around $330 million. We do recognize and want to make sure that folks understand that we do have potential challenges with about $112 million of those funding assumptions. $58 million of that is vehicle tax revenue. The lead agencies for the Wake Transit Plan, which are Campo, Wake County, and Go Triangle, are currently working through the vehicle rental tax revenue question. There's a desire that vehicle rental tax revenue, for those that may not be aware, originally was put in place before the Wake Transit Plan existed and was a revenue source for Go Triangle to do some regional infrastructure and regional bus services. When Wake Transit came about, it was agreed that the half of the vehicle rental tax revenue would stay with Go Triangle. The other half would be split between the three transit plans, Wake, Durham, and Orange, and would be split according to population, I think is the way they split that one. What has happened over the last couple of years is Go Triangle has asked to retain all of the vehicle rental tax revenue. And so there's still discussions at the lead agencies and above my head at the Campo Executive Board that Mayor Gilbert serves on, also with the Wake County Commissioners and certainly the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. So those three boards and the lead agencies are talking through what that vehicle rental tax revenue might look like over the next 10 years. So we wanted to flag that's a concern and that's a potential challenge. The other one is fare box revenue. We are hoping to have a solution to that over the next 6 months or so at the staff level, at the TPAC level, which is the staff level technical committee that oversees Wake Transit. We have a group that's going to be talking about the fare box revenues, analyzing fare box revenues over the last year or so and trying to determine how those needed to be added back into Wake Transit or not. The reason that is a challenge and that we're really looking into that question is that currently only 2 of our 3 transit agencies in the county charge fares. Both Raleigh and Go Triangle have gone back to fares. Cary has decided not to go back to fares, and at this time does not look like they will be going back to fares for at least a couple of years. So that's why it's a little bit of a challenge. We want to make sure we have the right amount of fares going into the model and going into the Wake Transit program if we have fares going in, but then 2, we have to figure out if we're going to have those fares go in, how do we account for equity and fairness with 2 agencies that are charging fares and 1 that's not. So those are some of the issues we're working through, and that's why we wanted to flag that as we've got to work this out before we can say we'll definitely have that $54 million in the next 10 years. So as I mentioned, we have roughly $3.3 billion over the next 10 years. Of that, we have about $1.8 billion that's actually already committed for projects. So that leaves us with about $1.5 billion for new investments over the next 10 years. Still a lot of money, but we have a lot of big projects that we have been planning for that while the money has not been allocated to those projects yet, they are in the planning pipeline, so we need to recognize that. So as we began developing the investment strategy, we listened to the community, listened to stakeholders to really identify our transit priorities, and then we've used those priorities to begin selecting projects, programs, and services to fund, wanting to make sure that as we estimate costs for those, so they align with the revenues, and making sure we confirm those revenues and follow our financial management guidelines that we have. All this comes out into our draft 2035 investment strategy, and then based on that, we will have some outcomes and expected results, really more or less some goals and objectives with how this new investment and new projects will bring us closer to our goal of having more people ride transit. So again, our proposed investment strategy is about $3.3 billion, which matches the expected revenues. So our For our priorities, we started with our 4 big moves that we've had since 2017. We're keeping those: the connect the region, connect all Wake County communities, create frequent, reliable urban mobility, and enhance access to transit. Then we heard from the community and stakeholders that they want us to continue investing in regional connections. They want comfortable bus stops. They want crosswalks and sidewalks to help them get to those bus stops. They want more frequent service, and they want more night and weekend service. So based on all that, we then came out with our investment priorities, which really fall under, while they all fall under the 4 big moves, they fall under the umbrella of 3 big pieces or priorities under those big moves: investing in the regional network, serving more people, and serving more places. And as you can see on the screen there, investing in the regional network includes the new BRT on I-40, strengthening connections to Raleigh and Cary and between towns, allocating funding for bus stops, investing in the community funding area program. Serving more people is focusing on improving our frequent network that we have now. We currently have right around 100 miles of frequent network. Over the next, and I'll mention this again, but over the next 10 years, we're expecting to about triple that to around 300 miles of frequent network, which when I say frequent network, that's buses running every 15 minutes for a majority of the day. And that does include, that may drop down to 30 minutes on the weekends and 60 minutes late at night. But for most of the day, that's going to be 15 minutes, which is a frequency at which for most people you can walk out the door and catch a bus within 10 to 15 minutes walking out the door, getting to the bus stop. And then serving more places. Again, we're going to work on investing in the community funding area, investing in those regional connections, and we have also included funding for a new thing in the plan, which is these community transportation facilities or community transportation hubs. I know actually after this, I think y'all are going to be hearing a presentation about the Apex Mobility Hub. That is what we're talking about, that type of thing that we want the Wake Transit Plan to be able to start investing in. So going a little bit more in depth under the 4 big moves for connecting the region, this is on the right side of the screen, you'll see is our DNA map. That DNA map has been in the plan since the beginning through now second update. This one, the big change to it is that we no longer show the commuter rail line. Instead, we show the rail investments in a dotted line, both along the traditional rail route between Raleigh and Durham, but also the new S-line connections out to Wake Forest and down to Apex as potential investment areas for rail. And then we show the new BRT service between Triangle Mobility Hub and Raleigh, along with the extensions of those BRT services. Connecting all communities is really showing our what I would say our intra-regional connections just in Wake County, still regional, but in this context, they're Wake County regional, showing how we plan to continue to build out our regional bus network within Wake County, connecting towns. As you can see, one of the connections we're looking at would connect Fuquay-Varina, Holly Springs, and Apex all the way up to the Triangle Mobility Hub, and actually potentially providing a couple of different connections from Apex up to the Triangle Mobility Hub to Cary and even back over to Raleigh. So, and then we have identified on this map, the clear circles are the community transportation facilities or community transportation hubs that we've talked about. We've identified them in all of the surrounding municipalities. What we have funded in the investment strategy is funding for 5 of those. So not every location would get one. We still would need to work through a prioritization programming process for that, but that's something that we'll be working through over the next few months and couple years. And then we have our frequently reliable urban mobility. The dark red lines there show our BRT routes, and then the dark black lines show our existing frequent routes, and then the dotted black lines you see there are all the potential future frequent routes. So the dotted lines are, for the most part, routes that are already existing that could be turned to frequent routes over the next 10 years. We will do that work through our upcoming bus plan that we'll be kicking off later this year. The bus plan, we call it a lot of times the bus implementation element of the transit plan. So it's focused on the bus services. We work very closely with the bus service providers and work out exactly what bus services will be invested in, and not only what services will be invested in as far as routes and infrastructure, but we also time out per year, each year, which routes or services or infrastructure will be done. So it gives us a really good roadmap of what to expect over the next few years once we get that bus plan completed. And then finally, we have enhanced access to transit, which again focused on the community funding area, as well as continuing to invest in infrastructure, bus stops, crosswalks, sidewalks associated with bus stops. So going a little bit more into detail, in the regional network, we have the Rail Ready projects. We are expecting to have, I believe it's right around $250 million that we will set aside over 10 years for rail investments. We are waiting on a regional rail implementation plan that's currently being completed by the Campo and also the Triangle West Transportation Planning Organization, the two MPOs. So they're scheduled to complete that in June. That should give us some guidance as to what some investments may be that we look at. But overall, we're looking potential investments include stations, track improvements, and potentially even increased rail service. We also will be working to implement and expand our BRT network. We have our core network that is in Raleigh, the New Bern Avenue corridor, the southern corridor, which is roughly down along Wilmington Street, the western corridor, roughly along Western Boulevard to Cary. And then we have a northern corridor that's been in the plans along a portion of Capitol Boulevard. Raleigh is now looking at splitting that northern corridor with one section going into Midtown towards North Hills, the other section going towards Triangle Town Center. So we are recognizing that as part of this plan, bringing those formally into the plan. We also have our two BRT extensions from Cary out to the Triangle Mobility Hub, and then from Garner down to Clayton. We have the new BRT development of the I-40 from Raleigh to the Triangle Mobility Hub. And then we also have what we're calling our next gen studies, our next gen BRTs. We're funding 5 to 6 studies where we'll look at the next gen of corridors that could have BRT service. One or two of those is in Cary. There is a potential even to maybe have an extension down in towards Apex from Cary that we'll be looking at. This is one of the things we'll have to study. But we have a number of future BRT corridors that we'll be looking at. We'll pick 5 or 6 of them, go through a process, pick 5 or 6 of them, and study those so that when the next plan update comes along, we can continue to build out our BRT network. Serving more people by expanding the frequent bus service. We're targeting adding at least one new frequent route each year, but that does not. I think that is in addition to converting existing routes into frequent service. At the end of the day, we're looking for about 13 new frequent routes over the 10 years. We also will set aside 5% contingency for unanticipated projects. We have we're continuing our 15% set aside for ADA paratransit service that's required to be companion to fixed route. We're looking at funding approximately 40 or more expansion vehicles plus ongoing replacement vehicles. Right now, we're looking at setting aside around $3 million a year for bus stops, sidewalks, and crosswalks, setting aside funding to build new connection points where frequent routes intersect, and also setting aside funding for a potential maintenance facility study. As with all the additional frequent routes, Raleigh especially may be starting to get close to their cap at their bus maintenance facility. So we're looking ahead and planning to have some funding available where if we need to start studying for a new maintenance facility or expanded maintenance facility in Raleigh or anywhere else, we'll have that money available. And finally, with serving more places, we want to increase hours and days of existing regional bus routes, add 6 new regional routes, including at least 1 through Apex here. Also have put in a new town-to-town route between Rollsville and Wake Forest, and plan for a new commuter route that would serve the Amazon facility in Garner. Because right now that facility actually does not have any bus service, and it's been highly requested. So we're going to look into trying to provide that. We're also looking to invest in about probably 5 community transportation hubs, increase investment in community funding area. Right now we have that targeted at $40 million over 10 years. Councilman Gant, I've heard your refrain, and we've actually done some more study and are looking at that, and I think that investment is actually going to be increased. We're looking to, I think right now we're probably looking to increase that to closer to about $60 million, with the goal of having roughly $2 million a year for new projects, as well as continuing to fund all those that are currently operating. So more to come on that, but that's we are looking to do that. And then we also have a new airport interchange facility off of I-40 at approximately $50 million that would be served by the I-40 BRT service, as well as any other. It could be be utilized by any other services that would serve the airport. As you can see in this chart, this is the proposed investment in bus service. The increased investment, the dark blue at the bottom, is the programmed frequent route investment that's already in and being programmed and being funded. The pink is new frequent routes, and then the orange is starting to fund BRT operations. So as you can see, by 2035, just the bus service alone, bus operations alone, would be over $120 million a year. So next steps, we have about 17 partner presentations and pop-up events scheduled throughout the county. We are relatively early on, but as you can see, we've already done a couple of pop-ups, and you are the 3rd presentation, I think. So we have several more coming up over the next couple weeks. And finally, just wanted to encourage your network to review the investment strategy and supplemental documents that are out on our website and provide comments. We have the document you have in front of you is our executive summary of the investment strategy, laying out a lot of what I just talked about. That's also available on the website. We also have some really neat, what we call story maps, a story map on the website where you can actually see, we have a slider, several maps with sliders where you can see current network versus what it would look like in 2035, so you can really see the change and how expanded our network would be. We have a few, relatively few simple questions that we're asking on the investment strategy for some feedback, and then we have some companion documents, a prioritization policy, microtransit guidelines, and the community funding area program management plan are out there for comment. We're also asking public if they want to comment on any of those. We have those where they can read them and provide us comments on them as well. So this engagement phase runs through the end of May. And then following that, we will be hard at work throughout June in getting this final full plan drafted and together. We will have the final draft plan done and published by the end of June, and at that point we will look at doing another engagement phase sometime probably this summer into early fall. That'll be much more online based and really just showing the public the draft plan, providing them another opportunity to comment on the full complete draft plan before it moves into the adoption process this fall with the Campo Executive Board and the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks so much, Ben. It's good to get this report again. Yeah. Appreciate all the public engagement you guys do. I mean, you do a great job in making sure before you move forward to get that. I know you probably have a lot of questions. This is your thing. This is your
I do.
team.
Well, it's all of our things, but thank you. First of all, I drew a smiley face for the community funding thing you just said, and thank you for advocating for that too as well. Sure. The question I had when looking at this, thinking about was with the feedback time we have right now this month. I'm not sure how much of that draft plan is baked in, and like I know people maybe want to target their comments to the things that are kind of up in the air a little bit, not the ones that we're for sure going to do. And so, can you explain a little bit like which parts are the ones that there may be some wiggle room and input would really matter?
Well, really, I mean, at this point, any of the investments that I went through in the 4 big moves, I mean, I guess what we're looking for is really input on our investment strategy. I mean, to a certain degree, it's all, it is all baked in at this point, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that it couldn't change. And so you'll see if you go on the website and look at the survey, one of the first questions we're asking is, did we get this right? And if not, where are we lacking or where are we missing things? So with that being said, I don't want the public to think that if they make comments, it's not going to matter, because it does. So, but we have worked hard on this 10-year investment strategy, which is really going to be the underpinning of the plan itself. And so that's where we wanted to go on and get this out and get some comments on this before we finalize the plan itself, because the plan will include this 10-year strategy and build on it. But we want to make sure that this is what underpins everything we do, and that we at least got it right by listening to all the previous public input we've received.
Thank you. If you guys don't mind, one more question I have several, but I'll leave it to one. One thing I've learned in this process of going to these meetings, and the comprehensive Wake Transit 101, I also attended that virtually, and you mentioned a little bit here is like there's a lot of silos in this system where you got Go Triangle, you got Go Cary, Go Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, and there's also, this is the Wake Transit Plan, but the bus, people need to travel sometimes to Chapel Hill or Carborough or those are the same places, Chapel Hill or Pittsboro or the airport, and those weren't really as much in the plan here because it's Wake focused. And I was maybe just an encouragement that I think it's important for our whole region to think a lot more about the connections between counties as well. Like when I was looking at that map and I did the slider of the story map, a bus that goes out to Pittsboro and then up Chapel Hill would probably be, and it connects to Apex, would be, I think, nearly as popular as some of the other ones that are shown there. Maybe not quite as much, but maybe in the future they would with Chatham Park. And that's not really part of the plan because it's outside Wake County, but I hope we can kind of think about, when this plan's done, is think about a regional plan, how these all kind of fit together, and the funding sources with the fares that are free sometimes and not free. It's confusing for people, and it'd be nice if they were all aligned. I think going fare free personally will get a lot more people riding it, and it's not that much money in the scheme of things there, but that's my opinion. But having it all aligned better, I think, would be really important going forward.
One thing I will note on the regional aspect and looking outside of Wake County, so the other big plan that Campo does, Mayor, hopefully you're aware because I think y'all have received a presentation on it every month for the last 6 or 8 months. We have a metropolitan transportation plan that we do Campo does it in conjunction with the Triangle West Transportation Planning Organization. So it covers all of Wake County, all of Durham County, all of Orange County, a good portion, if not almost all of Chatham County and surrounding portions as well. And that plan goes out to 2055. It's the one we're working on now. That plan lays out more of that big R regional transit vision. And so that plan does have some of those larger and longer transit connections. And the Wake Transit Plan, we pull in information from that MTP to begin our work with the Wake Transit Plan. The thing that is a little bit difficult sometimes when you're talking about the big R regional with the Wake Transit Plan is that it is Wake County money, and for the most parts it needs to be spent in Wake County. And so while we can plan out and fund services that go to the county edge, we don't want to put those in until we know there's funding to continue those services into the next county. One example of that is the BRT extension down to Clayton. That's something we're still going to have to figure out. We have state funding that should fund the infrastructure all the way down to Clayton, and we know the Wake County Transit Plan can fund the operations to Garner or to the county line, but how that extension from the county line into Clayton is funded, that's something we still have to work through. So those are some of the intricacies that we are working towards and we're working on. That's where Go Triangle is such a partner, as well as the, Raleigh's becoming a larger transit agency, Cary's expanding too. So we're continuing to work on that with our partners. It's just not, and that's why you won't always see that in the Wake Transit Plan, but know that those larger visions are out there. For the most part, they're just a little bit further out because we need more time to figure out how we're going to invest in those.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any other questions?
Along that same vein, right? So rail has been decided to be, too expensive, to kind of retrofit into the existing infrastructure and built up area that we have. So how do we avoid that problem going forward, right? So even though rail may not be feasible in all the locations where we would love to see it today, right? How do we plan better for rail as the area continues to develop, right? Setting aside corridors for potential, railway infrastructure, train stations and so forth, right? Because I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, right? If we wait until the area is built up, it's going to be too late. If we're doing it up front, we might be spending money up front that doesn't necessarily yield the ridership that we're looking for. So how do you balance that in a longer term vision?
Yeah, and that's where we really have to rely on our local partners, on the towns, Apex and Morrisville and others to do that land use side of things. And that's where it's a chicken and egg situation, but the chicken can be either one. And that, the land development patterns can dictate how we do transit, but at the same time, if the transit being there can also dictate land development patterns. So with our BRT lines, we are trying to put those where we know the demand is and where we know the demand will continue to build. We have some composite maps that I think I showed you the last time that showed where, we have some corridors that are really starting to pop, and that's where we're trying to plan for the BRT. And so, but at the same time, we need the other areas and the outlying suburban communities like Apex, Morrisville, Garner, Wake Forest, all of them, to look at their land uses too. And if they want more of that premium transit, they need to start thinking about how they can change their land uses to make that more attractive. Because the problem comes, even something like BRT is very expensive. And from the Wake Transit side of things, we don't want to invest a lot of money in a BRT system if there's not the ridership to be there. And the ridership usually comes from those development patterns. So it is, and it's a little bit of I've talked to another council and told them, one of the reasons that commuter rail really doesn't work well here and is so expensive is because of our land use patterns. This whole area, not just Apex, but the entire Wake County area and the entire Triangle region, doesn't have that central employment center that a lot of other metropolitan areas have. We don't have everyone going into one place every day. That's why Charlotte, the light rail system really works. Everyone comes into downtown Charlotte to work. Everyone goes back out to go home. Here we have Raleigh, Apex, Holly Springs, RTP. Now Clayton, is getting some big development. So we have so many diverse and spread out employment centers that we don't have that large density to bring people in and out every day. And so that's where it makes it a little bit more difficult to do what we call fixed guideway, which is commuter rail, light rail, that type of thing. And that's why we want to invest in the existing rail that's here, see if we can continue to build that up. And I think in my mind, one of the goals would be if that continues to be built up and does well, maybe that does lead us down the road of bringing back the commuter rail in the future when we can prove that the ridership is there. It's just right now we can't prove that it's there to warrant the large expense.
I think it's also worth mentioning real quick. Sorry, I like this topic. The hubs that we're planning, the corridors are one thing, but the hubs, the stations, the mobility hubs, that's another thing too. And I know Apex, we're going to have a presentation about it very soon in this meeting, but the Triangle Mobility Hub is being moved from a place that's just, you can only get there by bus, and car to one that can do the buses. And then when the train does come, hopefully, it's on the train line. So that we're building the new hubs, I think, planning for it's along the rail. So we're picking sites that are along the rail. So the corridor is one thing, but the hubs, I think, I'm encouraged by the fact that we're planning hubs that are next to the rail lines in these places.
Good stuff. I couldn't tell this is your favorite topic. I couldn't tell. Really good.
I do
why
have
I turned
a
it over to you.
question. One question.
All right, one question.
Has there been any talks or any consideration about talking with DOT and use of right-of-way for potential commuter rail or regional rail?
So, in the two studies that were done on the commuter rail, the commuter rail is always envisioned to be in the corridor that's existing through the center of the region, and that is actually it's owned by the North Carolina Railroad Company and fully leased and operated by Norfolk Southern. And so that's where some of the difficulties have come in. They view that as a freight corridor first, and so there's a lot of rules and regulations that they've put in place that made it more expensive and frankly a little bit more difficult to look at the commuter rail. Building a whole new rail corridor, commuter light or any kind of fixed guideway corridor, especially in this region, is going to be extremely expensive.
Right, and
So,
I'm specifically talking about the very large swaths of land that the NCDOT already has. So that is just something that every time I go down every time I go down 40, I'm thinking how much extra land we have here that could
Gotcha,
potentially house regional rail and, have that connectivity using what we'd already have if we could negotiate and work with NCDOT.
We haven't really had those discussions. I will say a lot of that was had years and years and years ago. I mean, as Mr. Gant can attest, we had a presentation during Wake Transit 101 that I think shows that rail planning in this region goes back to the early 90s, at least, if not before. And so that a lot of that, not saying that it can't be looked at again, but a lot of that has been looked at and determined in one way, shape, or form not to be feasible. And so, that's where we are really trying to refocus for Wake Transit, and even Durham and Orange are doing the same, refocusing onto bus transit and really trying to build up some bus rapid transit, which can have just as better or even better service than rail. And it's a lot more flexible because it's on a rubber tire. So if there's a wreck, the bus rapid transit can divert around it and still stay on time. On the rail, if something happens on the rail line, you're stuck.
All right. Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you do. All right. Is everybody okay on bio break? You good? You good? Yeah. Everybody good? Okay. All right. We'll move now to presentation 7, Apex Chamber of Commerce update. Hey, you're the first one, man. I got that. But you are David Bohm, though. I get it.
The David.
The David Bohm.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Mayor Gilbert, honorable town council members, town manager Vosberg, town clerk Coleman, to all the respective members of the town staff and the many distinguished members and guests that are representing the town of Apex here tonight. I'm David Bohm, your executive director of the Apex Chamber of Commerce. Hard for me to believe, 2.5 years ago, I started into this role. I've had the pleasure of connecting with each one of you individually and in that individual context, but never in the public forum collectively as a group. So I'm very honored and humbled to be up here at the podium here tonight. What I have planned for you is just a short presentation, just an informative update from the Chamber, what's going on at the Chamber, who we are, what we've been doing, and how we can be of help to one another. Think about a short presentation. In the world of the Chamber of Commerce, when you are given a podium and a microphone, a short presentation, that's kind of painful for me to get to a short presentation. I've whittled it down, and I want you to settle in for just an easy, comfortable 2-hour presentation. So no worries about that. Now, in all seriousness, we're going to keep this light, we're going to keep this moving, and again, just keep it very light and informative for you. Let me set the stage. Following last year's sesquicentennial, we're now at 151 years of the existence of this town. 151 years. Change is inevitable. Yet, through all that time, one thing has stayed constant, a shared commitment to community. Challenges may come and go, but what endures is our individual drive to be part of something greater than ourselves. We are Apex. That's the spirit behind what we at the Apex Chamber like to call collective impact. The idea that no single group can solve big problems alone. It takes all of us in here, government, businesses, nonprofits, residents, working together to move Apex forward. Collective impact. And again, I'll say, we are Apex. Together, we build a stronger community through a strong business community. And now I just wanted to help show what that looks like through the lens of the Apex Chamber and through building a stronger business community itself. On the slides that you have that are shown on the screen and what you have there individually in front of you, we date back to 1958. That's our existence and creation. So we are now almost 67 years strong in the month of September. We have been known over that 67 years as the Apex Chamber of Commerce, the Apex Area Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Apex Chamber of Commerce, and then it comes full circle back again to the Apex Chamber of Commerce. If you think back to that creation back in 1958, population of Apex, as in 1960, was just over 1,300 people. As you are well aware, we are now sitting on that 80,000 individuals here in Apex, well on our way to 100,000 in a few short years. What you may not have known is that the town of Apex is currently 15th in size according to the census data across North Carolina. My prediction is that we are very quickly going to crack that top 10 on there, so get ready, it's coming. Asheville, you're thinking about Asheville and connections to Asheville, 100,000 people there currently. We're going to blow past that very quickly, so we're going to crack that top 10 and surpass that quickly. Mission of the Apex Chamber. We are engaging businesses to improve economic vitality and the quality of life in the Apex community. In other words, we're looking at leaving something better than what we found it in both of those regards, economic vitality and the quality of life. What is our vision? We're creating that community by building, connecting, and inspiring businesses, one engaged leader at a time. The key in that vision is engaged leader. If you're not engaged, you're not going to pick up on building, connecting, and inspiring. What are our values? Very important to have values because those values equate into how you deliver your work. We are very relational. We don't want to be just transactional. If it's transactional, we're not looking at that big picture and seeing how we can make impact overall. High level of trust and integrity. We don't want this to be taken for granted to where we are just we want to be always thought of to have that trust and integrity as someplace you can turn to. We want to be viewed as essential. We want to create that fear of missing out. If you are not part of us, you are missing out on something bigger in your community. Servant leadership, that's a big one. We want to put others before ourselves. So that can be our members, but it can also be non-members. If it's helping and supporting our community, that's a huge value to us. And we want to roll out that red carpet. We are welcoming. We want you to feel like you are belonging in this community. And I think that's where Apex as a community loves to shine. What is our tagline? Building, connecting, inspiring. You've already heard me talk about that before. But we are looking at identifying who is doing great work in our region. We want to help forge creative relationships and partnerships. And then we want to light the fire to foster collective impact. How can we bring all that together? You do that by building, connecting, and inspiring. And of course, if you follow me on social media, you got to throw in a little hashtag or two in there. So we also have the tagline, Let's Chamber. You ask, what is chambering? Well, it's like Googling. You know, Google started off as a company, but now you Google everything. So we're now taking chamber into the world as chambering as a verb. All right, what are we? That's a question I get most often, I think, in terms of what is the Chamber of Commerce and what do they do? We are a convener, we are a catalyst, and we're also a champion for the business community overall. That's the easiest way to boil it down. We are intentionally reaching out and helping to connect the dots for people. We're delivering results that create impact in our community. We are very customer service focused, so we look to deliver results. We look to make direct referrals. We look to recommend services. We look to equip people with guidance and resources and advice. We are organized as a 501c6, so that is our nonprofit status. We are not a charitable entity under a 501c3. We are a trade association. Which goes to the next slide, what we are not. We are not that charitable 501c3 nonprofit. Some chambers set that up as a separate foundation piece that they have. We currently do not have one. We are not a convention center. That's not something that's within our wheelhouse. We are also not a visitors center out there. We are connecting with the business community overall as a whole. We're also not a historical society or a museum. We are located in the beautiful depot out there, but we are not a museum facilitator or curator, nor are we a part of the historical society itself. How are we governed? As a nonprofit, we are governed by a board of directors. There are currently 14 individuals who serve on that board, one of which I'd like to recognize here tonight. Our board chair, Sean Hayes from Dell Technologies, has joined us here in support. But I believe you will not only recognize, but you have likely partnered or collaborated with one or more of the individuals who currently serve on the board. These are individuals who are committed to creating that stronger community. Looking at volunteer opportunities, how do we do our work? We do that through staff members, but we also do it a lot through volunteers out there. How is that structured? Through our ambassadors. We have 15 current ambassadors who are serving that role to connect with the community. We also have committees ranging from community outreach, connections, and government affairs that helps do our work. And then we also have just started this year connection circles, which are member-led free pop-up situations around a topic or subject matter that's just trying to embrace and bring more of the community together. This is how we get even further connected and engaged in the community through these volunteers who lead our efforts to build that community impact. Reference to the staff of the chamber. We are currently up to 5 individuals, but that really equates into only 2.5 full-time equivalents. I'm one of those full-time equivalents. The other 4 members of the team serve part-time, splitting up 60 hours, approximately 60 hours cumulatively per week out there. What are our revenue sources? Where do we get our funding? Very easy to boil that down. Most of it comes from voluntary dues. You do not have to be a member of the chamber. The chamber is open to all. It's not necessarily a fit for all, and we can't force people to be members of the organization itself. Where else do we get funds? Sponsorships. We ask businesses to give above and beyond just their membership dues to support our programs and activities through sponsorships, and then finally through ticketed programming. We sell tickets to some of our events. Some are free, some are, I'll call it a low ticket entry, to some that have a little higher ticket price to it. And again, that just helps us to cover our costs. So annually, we are responsible for our own destiny, as there is no automatic funding source for the organization. We are measured by the voluntary contribution of our members, which is based on our customer service, effectiveness, and ability to create collective impact. How is that work delivered? It's through these 4 pillars that we have up here. Advocacy, having a unified voice for the committee or for the community. Education, providing educational opportunities for members to engage. Connections, business-to-business connections, developing those relationships. And then community, and that's business-to-community connections that we like to build out there. Again, convener, catalyst, champion, fall under those 4 pillars. What does that look like personally on my calendar? The little exercise that the board likes for me to do, go through your calendar and now categorize all of your meetings. Is that meeting with town council members? Is that meeting with town officials? Is that meeting with members of the public? Is that meeting with members? So I go through on a month-to-month basis, and I can get all that out. One of my first year was 570 meetings. This past year was 585 meetings, and I'll bet you I'll probably hit 600 plus this year. Again, convener, catalyst, champion. What does that look like on just a calendar of our signature events and activities for 2025? This does not list everything, but this is just kind of the major things that we put up there, and these are usually on an annual basis. Anything from the economic forecast. We are already halfway down that left-hand column down to teacher appreciation. That's going to happen on Thursday, and we hope to have several of you as a part of that event. To our member appreciation that will be at Apex Racing Lab this year. If you haven't checked out that venue, I'd highly encourage that. We're working on things. We have Town Council Candidates Forum that's going to get on the calendar here very soon, to anything like an AM, PM monthly networking event, which we just had this morning with our morning networking event at Foxtail Coffee. But again, that is just merely a sample of the many things. Ribbon cuttings is a huge thing. That was 28 in this, it says this year, but that was actually last year, with 13 in my first year here. So we're seeing a lot of community involvement in having those ribbon cuttings themselves. How can people get involved? I call this, what is the recipe for community success? Sign up, show up, follow up. You got to have at least those 3 prongs to get you started. But we also want you to get involved by soaking it up. That's what you get by participating and getting engaged in your community. Speaking up. You know, you can be there to soak it up, speak it up. Share your voice. Express your concerns. Get active and involved. Share your thoughts. And then finally, team up. Collaborate with others. That's a huge part of that recipe for community success. It's not rocket science. It's not brain surgery. It's just a matter of intentionality. How does that look like in the course of collaborating with the town of Apex? This is what I think a lot of that collective impact looks like when you collaborate with the town. I'm not going to hit all these names, but these are just some names that I scribbled down as I was thinking about this presentation here tonight. Looking at the communications department, Stacy Galloway, Randall Haskins, Economic Development Department, Joanne Helms, Barbara Balisic, Colleen Moraes, the police department, Chief Johansson, Lieutenant Conley, the community development and neighborhood connections department, Marla Newman, Brianne Gill, Jimmy Torres, the planning department, Amanda Bunce, Shannon Cox, Diane Kinn. Looking at the DEI department, Linda Jones, fire department, Chief Herman, David Dillon, David Dage, Parks and Rec, Craig Setzer, Allison Lambert, Lisa Raschke, Megan Shea, Taylor Ray, Maren Ward, David Wood, Jason Simpson, and I can go on and on and on. That's a lot of our collaborations that we currently do, and that's just been my intentionality in those efforts in the 2.5 years. But I think that's a wonderful way, many ways that we partner up with the town for collective impact, and I thank not only your help, but also the town staff members for their help with that. So as I close out, and as we look ahead, the Chamber is committed to continuing to being a partner in this shared work, listening, aligning, and acting alongside our community. We are Apex. I'm energized by the possibilities that we can continue our collaborative efforts, support one another, amplify each other's efforts, and keep building the kind of Apex we're all proud to call home. We are Apex. So thank you for that opportunity to speak with you tonight and for your continued leadership in shaping our community's future. We are Apex. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Bohm, for all you do. We are Apex indeed. Any questions for Mr. Bohm? Comments?
I have one. How would you describe the health of businesses in Apex. And by that I mean listening to a presentation by Secretary of State Marshall recently, right? The hardest part is for business to get through the first couple of years, right? Yep. So the sustainability past 5 years. Like, are you, as the chamber, tracking any metrics on Apex businesses specifically on sustainability, the kind of the long-term health of the businesses? And if so, right, like, is that an improving trend, a declining trend? Like, what's kind of the overall direction in terms of Apex business, the Apex business community?
Unfortunately, we are not equipped to track that sort of data. I'm not sure that anybody is, in particular in the state in general. I will say anecdotally, what I'm seeing is just it ebbs and it flows. Some months you're seeing people that are tracking along and doing great. Some months you come across and hitting a wall, I'll say it. Some are just circumstantial in terms of businesses closing, ending operations for a variety of reasons. But I'd say overall, the health of our community and Wake County in general is looking strong.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, I don't have any official data.
I was curious if we had Apex-specific data.
Fortunately, I do not. As a voluntary organization, those metrics are, I'll call it just a small fraction of the overall total. Nobody's tracking the official total of businesses that are Apex. And our membership is not only Apex zip code specific, but also well beyond in multiple other zip codes in other states as well.
Nothing a statistician can't fix, right?
Yeah.
Those guys come back for that.
Any other questions?
Just one question. How do you continue to make the weather so good? I love the Apex Chamber weather that we've been having, particularly with Peak Fest and all the other events. So
It is. If you partner and collaborate with the Chamber of Commerce, we can't guarantee everything, but we can guarantee good weather out there. So thank you for recognizing that, to have Chamber of Commerce weather.
I never knew he was responsible.
I'll also make a plug for a little men's workout group, and there's also a female workout group, so that meets very early in the morning. They have glorious weather when the Chamber of Commerce shows up as well.
Outstanding. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks too for especially all the events that the chamber puts on. It really enriches the town. Some of the events I think people assume the town's doing, but the state of the town is a good example. It feels like a very professional run event, and I appreciate you guys doing that and some of the other events that you mentioned.
Well, we're happy to do that, and I also want to commend Councilmember Mahaffey for being our liaison. He shows up monthly to all of our meetings. That's an extra tag on to his existing meetings that he participates in. Thank you so much for doing that for us.
I do that. All right.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes, for being here too. All right, y'all good? We're moving on. Good. All right, let's go to public forum. This is an opportunity for community members to speak. Remember your 3-minute time limit. Unless you have 4 more people, you get 9 minutes. We'll go ahead and roll into it. The first speaker tonight is Elizabeth Stitt. If you would please come up. And you're reminded to give your name and address as well. Elizabeth Stitt.
We were checking to see if we were still awake. It's been a long night. Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor and Town Council. Good evening. So this is my 4th year following the town's development of the budget. And each year I keep learning. And I was watching the work session you had the other day and saw that while we went into this last fiscal year with a balanced budget, that the town's revenues had increased by 3.17%, which is roughly, if I did my math correctly, an extra $3.7 million, which would suggest that maybe the tax rates from last year might have been a little overshot a little bit. So it got me thinking, it's like, wow, if we had saved that $3.7 million, what could the community have done with that? Or if you held on to the $3.7 million, what could you do with that? Plus, if you saved money at the same time. So I put a list together, a couple of things that I thought, well, maybe this would be areas that we could save money. So the town hired a lobbyist to get more funding from the state, but other communities, the town council actually works. So I was thinking maybe we could save money on a lobbyist. Then I saw recently the town is looking for a search firm to help recruit a finance director. Perhaps our HR department in Apex could find the finance director. After all, if we're the 10th largest and peak of good living, we should be able to find candidates. Then I looked at the Saunders parking lot. I think there were a lot of opportunities, including private development money, that could have done that for the town instead of the taxpayers' dollars. Then, so far this year, the town has filed 14 lawsuits per e-courts. Think about all the legal fees. Maybe that was an opportunity to work with those property owners a little bit more instead of paying attorney fees. Then on tonight's consent agenda number 9, where the town is buying 8421 Hume Olive Road, 1.81 acres, adjacent to 24 acres that the town already owns, just to expand a potential park. I give you all of these because I have a lot of people reaching out to me, really desperate about how Apex has become unaffordable. And I listened to your entire workshop where you guys talked about maybe, saving this fire truck and cutting this and cutting that, but none of these things made it on the list. So I just offer it up as some additional suggestions that, maybe these things could be the things that helps make Apex a little more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Bill Welch. You have more than 4 people tonight, right? I do. Okay, 9 minutes, please, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Phil Welch. I live at 1471 Big Leaf Loop in Apex. I'd like to recognize the people that are here with me. I have 4 people. I'm sure you've heard me say a number of times before that I'm concerned about the lack of affordable housing choices in Apex. That kind of goes along with what Elizabeth was just talking about. I believe solving this problem requires that elected officials, town staff, and community members work together to increase housing choices here. I'm kind of changing the focus from affordable housing to housing choices because I think that's more personal. That has more to do with people's choices. There's a critical need for more housing choices that are affordable to our lower income households. That means households with annual incomes less than $30,000 and also up to 80% of the area median income, which is somewhere between $80,000 and $100,000 for a family of 4. I want to illustrate this critical need with a story of a senior that I met last month. It was a widow in her mid-80s who was referred to me by a friend. I'll call her Alice to protect her privacy. After her husband passed away in California last year, her son encouraged her, he lives in this area, encouraged her to sell her home and belongings and move out and live with him and his family. So she left her family and friends on the West Coast and moved in with the son's family. Last month, her son and daughter-in-law said that they were going to be moving to New Jersey, and they invited Alice to move along with them. However, Alice really resisted that because she had spent a lot of time in the last year setting up all of her doctors. Also, she found friends at the Apex Senior Center. And when I talked to her, she was trying to decide between staying here, moving to New Jersey, and moving back to California. She wanted to stay here, but was struggling to find an apartment she could afford, or even a room to rent, without having to supplement her income by taking a part-time job for a woman in her mid-80s. I gave Alice some information from a church friend who had looked last year for a roommate to share expenses in a rental house my friend had used next door, and found that that was the best way to find potential roommates, and I suggested to Alice that she might want to consider next door. As we parted, Alice said she was leaning toward moving back to California because she couldn't find housing here that she could afford. I think of California as being a pretty expensive place to have housing. The point of the story is that our senior neighbors here have very limited choices of homes they can afford. They're forced to choose between paying 50% or more of their income for housing or moving out of Apex to another county or to another state. I hope you agree that our beloved seniors need more housing choices and a little less stress. Next, I'll turn to some recent housing statistics which highlight the need for additional funding to fill the gap in affordable housing choices for our lower income. This assessment conducted 10th council work session revealed that some needs about 13,100 new units to keep left for housing. And this growth does not include at least 4,500 Apex residents who were paying 30% or more of their household income for housing in 2023. So if only a third of the projected 13,100 new homes are for households making up to 80% of AMI, then Apex needs to provide approximately 440 affordable housing choices each year over the next 10 years. To do this, Apex must set annual objectives to meet these targets before the land available to achieve this disappears. We're calling on you, our Apex leaders, to set aside additional funding for affordable housing choices for the 2025 to 2026 budget. Please ensure that funding is dedicated to preserving our naturally occurring affordable homes and building more rental homes. Monthly housing expenses for these homes must be affordable to a range of households, including those making up to 30% of AMI, up to 50%, and up to 80%. For example, we need more revenue in the Affordable Housing Fund to initiate more mixed income, mixed use housing developments, such as the proposal for the town's recent purchase of land on South Hughes Street. That's why we recommend not charging housing staff expenses to the Affordable Housing Fund. We also recommend raising the current penny tax for the Affordable Housing Fund back to the penny and a half that was instituted right after the unanimous approval of our 2021 Affordable Housing Plan. We realize that not all of the funding previously allocated to the Affordable Housing Fund has been used. However, with the objective of 440 new affordable housing choices each year, this fund will need to accumulate annually to have an adequate source of funds for new housing development and to support the expanded Apex Cares program, including more extensive outreach. Please consider increasing the funding for more housing choices for our lower income households and essential workers while we still can make a difference. We say that Apex is the peak of good living. My question is, for whom? Hopefully, it's not just for higher income households moving here from other states to work in our tech businesses. Should it also be for seniors and retirees like me, who would like to age in place without putting undue stress on their budgets? Is it for our younger adults and couples who grew up here and would like to stay close to their family, friends, and all the great amenities that Apex has to offer? Is it for our essential workers, including town employees, and support workers for those tech businesses who provide excellent services and would love to live here with their families? Our housing vision, as stated, is to welcome people of diverse backgrounds and support opportunities for affordable, safe, sanitary, and quality housing that meets the needs of people of all incomes, all ages, and all abilities. My fear is that if we don't take bold steps now to add housing choices for our lower income neighbors and workers, we'll create what I would call an economic sundown town. This means Apex would welcome essential workers to serve us in various ways during the day, but at the end of the day, at sundown, we would expect them to leave town because we haven't provided the housing choices they need for their families. In conclusion, as elected officials, you have the responsibility and the power to make change. I ask for your leadership in this effort in 4 important ways. First, build socioeconomic equity into the 2025 update to our affordable housing plan by ensuring that those who need more housing choices are the target audience providing input for the update. Number 2, consider affordable housing choices as a core value in all zoning, planning, and policy actions. Make all decisions with this in mind. Will it help or hurt in moving the needle on affordable housing choices? Number 3, set aside additional funding to support increased affordable housing choices, funding that is directly dedicated to the increasing the number of units affordable to households making up to 80% of area median income. And number 4, ensure more mixed income affordable housing, not clustering small units, and affordable housing in targeted neighborhoods and segregated apartment complexes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming out tonight, speak. Appreciate it. Kate Vetter.
So good evening, everyone. I'm Kate Vetter, living at 3449 Jordan Shires Road in New Hill. I've got questions about the water billing and the assessment that you guys did, and with the meeting that you guys presented tonight, or not you guys, but what was the name of him? Barry Dunn. You guys started out the meeting talking about how the company that prints the invoices is going out of business, or is out of business. So now you're going to start that, and you're talking about how everyone's got to opt in. So the folks that are receiving paper bills, I'm curious how they're going to receive that opt-in option. If they're not going to be receiving the paper bills, please consider that when you're posting this opt-in option that you decided on. Some of the other questions I had relative to if folks are going to be opting in to go for the special assessment, how do they get answers to questions that they may have before they decide to opt in? And if there's going to be general Q&A, how does everyone get all their questions submitted to be answered prior to the opt-in window period being closed? So I've got lots of questions. I can ask them here if you guys want to answer those. I don't know how that works. It doesn't seem like...
We're just going to receive from you, but we'll get back to you on the questions. So
okay.
Just present.
So where the third party came up with their numbers, are we going to have visibility to that data so we can see what they saw, right? Is that going to be presented? Is the town council going to be very open about that information? I'm curious how and why the per gallon rate changes so frequently. Like just looking at my own numbers, it goes up and down. You'd think the per gallon rate would be consistent, and it's not. Why did the per gallon rate jump with the August 2024 billing? And that's in consideration that it was a double billing month. That excludes that consideration. It jumped. There's a spike up, and then it goes down, and it goes back up. I've got graphs of data that show this. Why are residents seeing different per gallon rates? You'd think that they would all see the same rate. We're all in the same town. We're all paying the same bills. Why are they different from resident to resident? I have some of my neighbors share their data, and it is different. Is there a place where we can see what the actual per gallon rate we were supposed to be billed was for that specific time to evaluate and compare? Right? That would be nice to know. Some residents for several consecutive months, this is an abnormality, but they saw the exact same electric kilowatt hours billed. That's incredibly odd, right? For somebody to have the exact same consumption month to month. It's just odd. Not impossible, but very odd. Why do some residents see different numbers of days on their water and electric readings, right? Typically, it's the same number of days for water and electrics, but some months it changed. That's, again, an oddity that could be answered. Another odd is why are there, or if there's any other considerations or variables about the billing which need to be considered and presented. And finally, the last thing, if the problems were related to leaks, how could so many residents have leaks at the same time? And how could those leaks be resolved with no action by the residents?
Thanks for speaking tonight. Katie, I can't read the last name. Katie? Okay. Don Cozzolino.
Dawn Casalino, 3632 Bosco Road. I'd like to start out just to encourage you to listen tonight and to engage on best practices. I think this is a really key area. And I'm a curious person. I looked into the town of Cary, so I'd like to share how they prioritize tree protections and environmental stewardship. Cary leads by example with fully accessible online legal notice packages that include comprehensive traffic and tree studies. In contrast, Apex places the burden on its residents to do any legwork or discovery. Cary mandates publicly accessible tree surveys prepared by certified arborists for all new developments. By comparison, Apex development process lacks this clarity. Where are the tree surveys? Why is protecting our tree canopy, which is so vital to public health, climate resilience, and wildlife, still not a priority here? Cary's land development ordinance provides strong tree protection rules, and its community appearance manual clearly outlines what landscaping and buffers are expected. Mass grading is prohibited. Environmental standards mandate the preservation of open space, champion trees, and vegetated buffers. Let me share something about champion trees, because it's really quite impressive. And some of these trees are older than people in the room. So this is an example of just a 4-inch diameter of a tree. This would be something like a dogwood or horticultural cherry. This is something like a hardwood, 2 stories. This is as wide as it has to be, the trunk. Pine tree. That's not big, right? They protect those trees. But in Apex, trees often stand no chance. Large-scale clear-cutting is common, developers paying fees instead of preserving tree canopy. Cary backs up its policies with regular audits, required replacement of protected trees, and strict fines for violations. Apex, on the other hand, approved the Western Big Branch forest main sewer infrastructure for a private development through a forested area outside of town limits in an aim to destroy valuable canopy, despite having treeless corridor of open space on the other side of US 1. If Cary can protect its trees and enforce its rules, so can Apex. It's time for us to protect our trees. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking tonight. And that is the last speaker signed up, and therefore we'll close public forum. Again, appreciate you coming out. Let's take a 10-minute recess. I'll be back at 9 o'clock. Hold it anymore. an Apex S-Line Mobility Hub acceptance. So thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for having me. Again, I'm Will Letchworth, Vice President of Transportation at McAdams, and was the project manager for the Apex Mobility Hub. I want to give you a brief presentation this evening. Largely mirrors what we already discussed at the work session, so I'll keep this brief, but there's just a few things in here, again, just in case there's folks listening or joining us this evening that have not heard about the Mobility Hub before. We've talked about what is a Mobility Hub. It's really a place where multiple modes come together and really create more than the sum of their parts. So this one is associated with the S-Line project. Folks might ask, what is the S-Line? It's a freight rail line that connects Raleigh to Richmond to Tampa. And the Raleigh to Richmond program is a program undertaken by NCDOT in partnership with Virginia to progress establishing passenger rail on that line, particularly service from Raleigh to Richmond. The intent is for the S-Line corridor to be the backbone of a regional multimodal transportation network. That's critical for further expansion of rail service, which is really where Apex comes into play, because as most people notice, Apex is not between Raleigh and Richmond. So the passenger rail service in Apex is predicated upon expansion of the further program, which again is important relative to the timing and the phasing of what we're recommending from a Mobility Hub in Apex. A little bit of history. In 2022, NCDOT received the FTA grant to study station locations. Apex was a part of that. That resulted in the TOD study. The follow-on to that was this study, which was based on a 2023 RAISE grant, which dove into more detail about Mobility Hub plans around those station areas that were identified in the previous study. So what was our scope? Understand existing and planned future conditions within Apex across a wide variety of things. Work with the public to understand, to educate them on what mobility hubs were, but then to understand the specific elements that they would like to see in a mobility hub that would make it unique and valuable for Apex. Identify those potential mobility hub locations, select the preferred locations, and then develop design concepts and cost estimates, and then of course an implementation and funding plan. So from a timeline standpoint, the TOD plan was completed in about July of 23. We began right at about a year ago in May of 24. Had multiple rounds of public engagement, including open houses, property owner meetings, and additional public open houses towards the end of the study. And then of course, we came to you in a work session, came to the planning board in April, where they recommended acceptance of the study, and we're here asking for acceptance this evening for this. So we identified, as a reminder, 6 potential mobility hub locations, evaluated these hubs based on a wide variety of factors, including accessibility to the community, transportation connectivity, impacts to the roadway network when trains might be potentially stopped at a station, environmental issues, so on and so forth, and ultimately arrived at the identification of a selected site, which is located on the block between Salem Street, Moore Street, and the rail line, and Williams Street. After we identified that site, we, as I mentioned, began conceptual design, ultimately resulting in 3, you can call it 4 phases, 3 main phases of the Mobility Hub. Phase 1 being the hub prior to rail service. So many of the things that you heard Ben talk about earlier, that's what we're talking about in Phase 1. So improvements to the existing parking lot that is located within the rail right-of-way at that location. Transit stops, pedestrian improvements on Moore Street, improvements to the existing bus stop on Salem Street, lighting, bicycle parking, EV charges, potential bus layover spaces, restroom facilities, and safety and security measures. So that really brings the transit, the PED, the bike modes, and the vehicular modes together in one location and provides amenities for those and connectivity for those. Phase 2 is at the undetermined future time when passenger rail service might be available in Apex, and that expands on that site. Phase 1 is designed in such a manner to allow for the expansion of Phase 2, which includes the platform, so all of the rail infrastructure, a a elevated crossing of the railroad to access the platform, includes a cafe and open restroom facilities that are open to the public. Again, many of the elements that we heard directly from the public that they wanted to see incorporated into Phase 2. Phase 3 is really an extension of Phase 2, which includes a pedestrian crossing of William Street to provide greater multimodal connectivity to the surrounding network. And Phase 4 is just really more of an illustration of how the previous phases can be and should be integrated with future redevelopment of that block. I'll show you a few images that to help illustrate those. I don't know if you can see my cursor there, but you've got bus layover spaces, you've got the parking lot, you've got ample green space, which we really heard from the public that they desired. You've got connectivity through the site with a connection to the professional park, pedestrian improvements along Moore Street, and then the upgraded transit stop on Salem Street. The updated transit stop on Salem Street is important if during the interim time buses do not necessarily cycle through or circulate through the mobility hub itself, but also just because of the volumes at that site and projected future volumes, we would want some updated transit amenities there. Phase 2 is, as I mentioned, when the rail service comes into play, and you can see the elevated crossing of the railroad. You can see the larger cafe and gathering space with elevated seating. You can see the rail platform itself with shelters and connectivity to the surrounding community. Phase 3 gives you a broader view of what I just mentioned, but includes the elevated crossing of William Street and additional pedestrian and multimodal connectivity on the east side of the railroad tracks. And then Phase 4, as we've discussed previously, just shows some level of illustration of how it can be incorporated into surrounding development. And the report itself provides some additional guidance on that, on important elements such as a entrance facing the mobility hub. So I promise to be brief. I'll finish up with this slide and give you just a couple of updates since the work session. We did complete the final report in early April. As I mentioned, on the 14th, the planning board recommended acceptance. They did have one comment relative to the importance of that green space and desiring to see that green space extend to Salem Street with future development. Again, the majority of that would be on any developers or included in any future development. On April 22nd, NCDOT did hold a S-Line coalition meeting. They hold those meetings periodically to update the communities on the status of the program. I thought it was important to mention that they are working to determine the FTA class of action. So we talked about NEPA documents before, and particularly the importance of getting through that NEPA process before the acquisition of any property. They're working to determine that class of action now and looking to complete the NEPA document in Q4 of this year. They are also continuing to monitor additional funding through a variety of sources to fund final design and construction of mobility hubs. And continuing to coordinate within the departments of areas that they're pushing and looking at. So, I think there's some optimism about this moving forward, and there being funds to move this project forward. So with that, I try to be brief. I'll answer any questions that you got.
Appreciate that, Will.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cox, for everything as well. Questions?
I have one. Can you remind us about the raise grant for Apex included the site feasibility, which you're showing here, and the NEPA, and also the preliminary engineering, or is that other places? And this is kind of part two of that is, what is the status of all the other mobility hubs on that S-line with this grant right now?
Sure, good question. So the raise for Apex included the feasibility study that we mentioned, or that we just went through, the conceptual designs associated with that. And then we provided some information regarding environmental conditions that will be rolled into a larger environmental document that the department is performing for all of the mobility hubs. They're wrapping them all into one document. So we gave them specific information, even as late as last week, to help integrate into that document. your question relative to the other mobility hubs, most of them are nearing the end of this same process. Some of them aren't quite through with the selection of the site yet and all the way through the process. But they're all pretty close from a timeline standpoint, which again is why NCDOT is wanting to wrap this up and then get that environmental document done by the end of the year. Yeah, absolutely. Good question.
No, I'm good.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think we need a motion to accept the Apex S-Line Mobility Hub Plan.
Motion to approve.
Motion again.
Second.
Second. Oh, Mahaffey, okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Have a good night. All right, new business 2, Resident Advisory Board process updates. Mr. Coleman.
Yes, I'll be brief. This is just an update on where we are on our Resident Advisory Board process. As most of you know, in December at the work session, we discussed having various ordinance amendment changes to the various advisory boards. And so this is just to provide an update on one outstanding piece, which is to the term limit component. As most of you know, we established the new terms will be for 2 years for a maximum of 6 years. We currently have 3 individuals across all advisory boards at the end of this June that would meet that criteria. 2 of them are on the same board, 1 is on another board and has not asked to be reappointed. They wouldn't be eligible either way, but just want to get some clear direction as to what it is that you all's intention is of when that starts.
Begins.
Okay, I'll start. I think we gotta implement the term limits as we stated back in December, right? Effective immediately. So I do really appreciate those board members that have been around for a very long time. Especially those 3 that are going to be immediately impacted by the term limits, right? It's a level of dedication to the town, right? That not many people are putting forward, right? So I definitely want to recognize those people for their service, but I do believe that the term limits should go into effect as we roll out the whole new process around the boards and committees.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll jump in and agree. Like, my intention was that anyone who was terminated out, like, their term wouldn't be terminated. They wouldn't, they'd be allowed to finish out their term. Right. Even if they had been there 10 years, 20 years, but then when it came up for reappointment, they wouldn't be eligible for reappointment.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. What are the options besides what he said about immediate?
So, as we were having conversations with the various boards, informing them of the decisions and various things that you all had discussed, their comment was they would like to see the 6-year term limit start going forward. So if someone had 20 years of service, then if they were to be reappointed, then their 6-year term limit would start with the new reappointment. And that just extends. I think that kind of deviates from what the purpose of setting the term limits was.
Okay. Correct. Is there a middle ground where?
Not that's clean.
Well, one would be they get like 1 more term, I guess. They get grandfathered in for 1 term. Is that a thing? Okay.
I think 1.5 terms is probably the right number of terms.
1.5?
1.5.
No.
Listen, transitions are tough. Whenever you change a policy, there's gonna be rough edges. But think of the long term. Like, let's set the right policy and transition as we can, and then move forward.
I'll be the contrary view on this. I would say that the term limit should start this December, but for those who are currently would be limited by term, be allowed to serve 1 more term. Essentially, you get 1 more extra term. And I understand the need for, quote, new blood, but I also feel that when it comes to this sort of event, resident advisory boards are where residents are providing their volunteer time. I mean, they're volunteering to do this. We've all been in organizations where it's always tough to get folks to volunteer. It's tough to get people to participate. We have folks who are volunteering. I find it hard for us to say, hey, no to a person who wants to volunteer. I find it really hard for us to say no to somebody who's volunteering, who is bringing a wealth of experience, a wealth of how things have been done, how things have worked, how things don't work. And I think that there's an immense amount of value that we lose when we take away the person who has been there, done that, and gotten a T-shirt. There's a reason why a lot of mistakes get made because, we didn't have an institutional memory to remember that mistake had been made. This provides us a little bit of a carryover time. I mean, I'm not in favor of term limits in any respect. I feel like if you don't want to serve, then you don't have to serve. We don't want you to serve. We don't want you to serve. But I do think that when we're looking at something like this, I understand, I was not in the majority on the term limit vote. I get that. But I would say that as we start this idea of term limits, if we have someone who is term limited asking to take the role for one last term, that seems to me to be an okay thing.
I mean, I would counter that your arguments seem to apply just generally to term limits in general.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't think term limits in general should be a thing. I mean, we have term limits for each one of us up here. It's called an election.
Well, I completely disagree. Honestly, I completely believe in term limits for a reason. We need new ideas and new energy sometimes. I agree that having people's history sometimes is very important, but I don't know that we have a lack of options for people to serve. So, I mean, there's lots of opportunities for people to serve on boards in various capacities. So I think this doesn't limit them completely from serving. I'm in favor of going ahead and just their term ends.
So this came, thank you so much. This came out of Rules Committee, right? Y'all started this, or where did that come from?
The December work session.
Okay, I thought you guys had discussions over there. My question is, what was the goal of having term limits? Like, why did we go that route? Why did we consider that? What was the primary reason?
As Councilmember Killingsworth just mentioned, to rotate new ideas, new initiatives, new blood, new thoughts, ideas of thought. I think the concern is that we've always had term limits established for all of the boards except for one. Okay. So this isn't new for any other board except for Parks and Rec.
Gotcha.
Parks and Rec is the only board that has historically not been subject to any term limit.
And we also had inconsistent term limits across the board. So we settled on term limits across the board, the same for all the boards.
And to Councilmember Killingsworth's points, like there's a lot of people that do want to serve in the town. We consistently see more applications than we have positions to give away, right? And so I think this also creates a little bit more opportunity for public to rotate in and do their tour.
So I make a motion to approve the term limits effective July 1, whenever the policy comes in place.
I'll second.
Counting prior years of service.
Yes.
We got a motion by Happy, second. Zigerman. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, 3-2. All right. Is there a motion to go into closed session on the
So
items presented? All right, Killingsworth.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Sorry. Still making notes.
Slow.
All right, motion carries unanimously. We move into closed session.
for the car doesn't, my Hyundai app doesn't give you an we're back.
Are we live? Okay. Any other business? Hearing none. Means adjourned. Happy birthday.
It almost was not his birthday.